Welcome back, Beef Broker and Officer Grimhammer. Tonight we got the battle of the biggest freaks. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like, comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for an Emperor or the Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for your support. Y'all have been absolutely killing it lately. Now, let's get into the madness.
Khymerax had once been mapped in proud, sanctioned ink on imperial star charts. A hive world of the segmentum obscurus, a bastion of industry and obedient flesh, its towering city stacks and manufactoria had fed the endless wars of distant lords. Billions lived and died under its pall of smoke, nameless and uncounted, their blood tithed for the greater glory of the Imperium of Man. That memory lived on only in dust and echo. The hives of Khymerax still clawed at the sky, but they did so like broken fingers raking at a coffin lid. Their upper spires were torn open, gutted and reworked into obsidian-fanged arena towers and soul-siphon pylons. The aquila was gone from every facade, flensed away, its stone bones repurposed as bas-relief of broken human spines or flayed musculature. Bridges that once bore hab traffic now hung in arcs of polished bone, suspended by chains of copper and skin. Around the hives, the world had been reshaped, where dense sprawl had once choked the outskirts, with crowded tenements and manufactoria sheds, vast hunting plains rolled out like scar tissue, deliberately scrubbed of cover. Feral slums and shattered ruins were left as isolated islands of shelter, archipelagos of misery where prey could breed and fester until the masters were ready to cull again. Slave brands burned on every skyline, sigils of the cabal of the shattered sinew carved in towering script across hive faces, legible only to those that looked from orbit. Merrick watched the sky through the jagged hole that had once been his hab ceiling. The hab arcology had collapsed long ago, one of its load sections atomized by a dark lance strike in some past culling. What had been a cramped, crowded home block was now a tilted canyon of exposed rooms and shattered walkways. His hiding place was a half-collapsed dorm level, 3 stories up from the ground chasm, slanting just enough that rubble would not slide away. He pressed his back against a leaning wall and tried to slow his breathing. Dust itched in his lungs. The air tasted of rust, old smoke, and the faint chemical tang of Drukhari engines. They were coming again. He heard them before he saw them. A thin, keening whine, higher pitched than any Imperial machine, threading through the ruined streets. Then another, and another, building to a chorus as the skimmer packs swept in over the shattered hab blocks. Merrick risked a glance over the fractured sill. Raiders and venoms glided through the canyon of broken structures with predatory grace, their prows fashioned into hooks and fangs, their hulls studded with blades that caught the sour daylight. Slaves screamed on their cruciform prow racks, impaled and wired into the hulls so that their agony leaked into the circuitry, feeding the witch engines within. Every few heartbeats, a splinter volley crackled from the skimmer's gunnels, a hail of toxin-tipped shards that stitched through the streets below. Humans died by the dozen in each burst. Bodies jerked and spasmed as the alien poison burned through them, nerves misfiring, flesh blackening in branching trails under the skin. Some fell in pieces, others staggered on, blind, shrieking, until a passing blade finished them. Hecatari leapt from grav veins and running boards as the skimmers slowed, their lithe forms curving through the air like blades thrown by a drunk god. They hit the ground already moving, already cutting. Hellmasks hid their faces, stylized into grinning death visages of polished bone and cruel metal. Hands and heads spun away in their wake. Men fell screaming with blades in their bellies, or hands clutching at the slick length of hooked chains embedded in their mouths. The Hecatari howled with exhilaration, their voices cutting through the cacophony. Not words, not really. Just exultant noise, gleeful in the way a predator is gleeful when its prey breaks and scatters. Someone ran in the street directly below Merrick's perch. A man, one of the feral workers, from the lower sump, his face striped with ash and old scars. He had a rusted hookaxe in his hands, and a shard pistol with no charge. He yelled something hoarse and defiant, waving the dead pistol at the nearest skimmer as if it would finally spit fire. A splinter round took him through the throat. He dropped to his knees, hands clawing at the smoking hole, then pitched forward. A Hekatari vaulted over his falling body, pirouetted, and took his head anyway, laughing as if delighted to have stolen a kill from the gunner. Merrick pulled back, swallowing hard. Fear had long ago rotted into something else inside him, some numb, scarred thing that still flinched but no longer screamed. He had seen too many hunts, seen too many of his kind run and fall and be carried away in nets to the arenas high in the shattered spires. There were men with him, pressed back into the shadows of the tilted dorm. 6 of them. 7, if he counted the boy with the cracked rebreather and the broken eyes. They clutched makeshift weapons and looked at him as if he had answers. He had none, but he was the one still standing after more cycles than most. That made him a leader, whether he wanted the weight or not. "Stay away from the edge," Merrick hissed. "They are not hunting this stack. Not yet." "How can you know that?" one of the men muttered. He had the pale skin of an underhive sump worker, cratered with old chemical burns. "How can you ever know anything with them?" Merrick did not answer. He watched the way the skimmers moved, the pattern of their sweeps. These were not searching, not combing for scraps. This was a drive. The prey they wanted were already in the streets, flushed from other ruins, panicked and visible. The Hekatari cut them down in segments, herding some deeper into the Hab canyons, leaving others broken where they fell. All of it deliberate, all of it theater. The cabal of the shattered sinew did not waste effort. They curated terror the way a Hive Factor curated production runs. On the lead raider of that hunting pack, Archon Zelith Dracar leaned one elbow upon the ornate rail and watched the slaughter with the detached attention of a man assessing livestock. Khymerax's sour light gleamed along the plates of his armor. Where lesser warriors wore simple scale or segmented cuirass, his raiment was an intricate carapace of lamellar segments, each piece lacquered in deep, bruised violet and edged in flensed gold. Hooks and spines arched from his shoulders in a silhouette designed as much to intimidate as to protect. His helm rested in the hands of a nearby incubus. Zelith preferred to feel the wind and smell the fear. Behind him, his retinue stood in attentive silence. Kabbalite warriors with glyph-etched rifles. A pair of beastmasters holding the leashes of chittering chimerai. A sycophantic voxseer, his cranial augmetics linked by slender barbed cables to the raider's sensor arrays. "Observe," Zelith said, his low voice carrying even over the war-keen of engines and prey. "The stock is thin." The voxseer inclined his head, the motion stiff with deference. "The last culling was ambitious, Archon. The lower hives are still replenishing. This cycle's harvest will be leaner." "Excuses," Zelith murmured. His gaze tracked a knot of humans who had clustered beneath a toppled Hab slab, their makeshift barricade already encircled by swooping venoms. The Hekatari took their time there, dancing through lass fire that might as well have been thrown pebbles. They breed fast enough. There were once tens of billions on this world. We have barely gnawed the marrow. "You ordered that the outer hives be broken, Archon. The stock scattered. That always slows collection." Zelith smiled faintly. It was not a pleasant expression. "The hunt is improved when the prey must run farther," he said. "The meat is sweeter when fear has had time to soak it." He gestured lazily, with 2 fingers. The raider's prow pivoted fractionally, the helmsman reading the signal and adjusting course without a word. Below, an isolated Hab spine loomed into view, its upper levels hacked away, its lower levels gaping. Zelith watched as a squadron of reavers knifed around it, grav engines screaming, their riders cackling as they skimmed close enough to drag hooked blades through upper-story windows. A body tumbled out of one, struck a protruding support and burst like rotten fruit. Zelith's lip twitched. "See?" he said. "That one was too ripe. Mush." His retinue laughed dutifully. One of the Beastmasters risked an actual remark. Perhaps in a cycle or two, Archon, we should import new blood. A shipment from some frontier world. Different gene lines, different reactions. Zelith waved the suggestion away. Khymerax remains a stable preserve, he said. The world is ours. The webway nodes are anchored. We have the luxury of patience. There are still hives we have barely opened. Populations we have allowed to stew in ignorance. Let the stock think itself forgotten for a while. Let them breed and whisper that the dark angels in the sky have gone. Hope fattens them beautifully. His gaze lingered on the shattered arcology ahead, where prey was already scattering into its fractured bowels. For a moment, his eyes narrowed with something like discontent. The only stain upon this perfect arrangement, he went on, is Verthrix and his accounting. That name carried a different weight. His retinue fell silent, eyes lowering. No one spoke ill of a homunculus lightly, even in the Archon's presence. Zelith chuckled. You look as if I invoked a god. He is only a fleshmonger, useful, replaceable, and he tallies souls like a scribe, always mewling about wastage. Wastage. He spat the word with contempt, as if any moment of suffering is ever truly wasted. The raider banked, turning away from the collapsing Hab Canyon. Somewhere below, Merrick and his pitiful clutch of survivors vanished from the Archon's sight, reduced to nothing more than fractions in a harvest he hardly bothered to count. In the depths below the hives, where no light from the false skies ever reached, homunculus Verthrix descended into his work. The sub-hive flesh refinery had once been an industrial recycling plant, churning sewage and refuse into reprocessed slop for the upper habs. Now it was an antechamber to nightmare. The air was thick with the stench of blood and acidic preservatives, of machine oil and the sweet rot of opened bodies. Pipes that had once carried waste now pulsed with stolen vitae, pumping it to reservoirs where it was filtered, infused with exotic reagents, and sent on to feed the Cabal's most exquisite devices. Verthrix walked the metal catwalk above the main processing pit. His long spine bowed in an elegant curve beneath a carapace of segmented bone and wrought steel. His robe was a shifting curtain of flayed skin, still faintly twitching, its inner surface lined with barbed syringes and surgical tools that rustled and clicked as he moved. A mask of pallid porcelain hid his face, but narrow eye sockets glimmered with cold amusement. Below him, the pit seethed. Captured humans hung in clusters from chains and meat hooks, suspended over conveyor belts and dissecting tables. Some still struggled. Others drooped, limbs slack, minds cracked under the constant drip of pain and terror. Artisan wraiths and hunched apprentices moved among them, choosing bodies with long, needle-fingered hands, cutting them down to be broken by the machines. Mine shorn batches to rack assembly, Verthrix said, his voice a soft, sibilant purr. Those whose wits have bled out entirely. They scream still, but without nuance, perfect for baseline chorus in the Agonia chambers. One of his apprentices, a hunched figure with a stitched shut mouth and a crown of data spines, bobbed his head and signaled to a group of servitor things. They trundled forward, their lower limbs replaced with treads, clamp hands reaching up to seize drooping bodies and haul them to the appropriate belt. Higher function stock. Verthrix paused beside a man who stared up at him with bloodshot, furious eyes, teeth bared in a snarl, even as his limbs trembled. Ah, this one still thinks he matters, that he is a person, not yet a piece. He cupped the man's chin with delicate fingers, tilting his head, studying the play of rage and fear across his expression. Seed stock, Verthrix decided. Ship him to holding. I will see whether his will can be made to last through 10 cycles of arena failure. There is artistry in a long fall from hope to despair. He moved on, murmuring orders. Musculature intact, but minds broken, to grotesque vats. Spine and nerve clusters in acceptable condition, to pain engine cores. Those with pleasing symmetry, set aside for showpieces. Always we must have showpieces. Every body was a calculation, every scream a resource, an entire hive's worth of souls reduced to ledger marks in his mind. He spoke not in numbers, but in qualities, textures, the way a vintner might speak of vintages and tannin. Khymerax is an experiment, he mused aloud to no one in particular. A test of sustainability. How far can a single world be pushed? How many billions ground down before the yield decays beyond salvage? How much agony can one crust of rock scream into the void before the song loses its flavor? He smiled behind his mask. We will find out, in the name of curiosity. Far above, beyond the rusted girders and bone pylons, beyond the hive spires and hovering platforms, Khymerax turned in the dark. From orbit, it was a striated sphere of greys and bruised purple. The hive clusters were visible as jagged nodules, their surrounding plains etched with the geometries of killing grounds and slave pens. The oceans had darkened under centuries of pollutant runoff and wreckage, their surfaces scored with the contrails of skimmercraft and the impact scars of crashed void ships. Station husks hung in synchronous orbits, their once imperial hulls overgrown with barbs and statues of torment. Upon the bridge of a nameless inquisitorial vessel, in a time already past, a robed figure had watched those same augur renders in cold silence. Under the sigils of the Ordo Xenos, Khymerax had been logged to parchment and cogitator as a lost asset, a dead world stripped from the Emperor's light by catastrophic Xenos predation. The notation had been precise and unflinching. World status, consumed. Strategic value, negligible. Subject to interdiction by writ of high authority. No assistance to be rendered. All astropathic distress from that coordinate cluster to be disregarded as background noise. No help was coming. Not for the hives. Not for the billions that had once looked up at the sky and prayed. In the fractured present, Merrick led his small band of survivors through the bowels of the same hive, along a collapsed transit tube that had once borne mag-rail carriages in endless circuits. They moved in single file between slabs of broken ferrocrete, ducking under twisted girders, their torchlight confined beneath rags to stop its glow from bleeding outward. The tube had ruptured in multiple places, opening into dark voids that plunged down into sump depths or up into open air. The Drukhari rarely came this far in person. There was less theatre in killing those who hid in the earth. Merrick had been using the tunnel for cycles. It was his artery, his secret between the scattered pockets of men he tried to keep moving, keep breathing. Not safe, nothing was ever safe, but less suicidal than the open streets. Quiet, he whispered, holding up a hand. The men behind him halted, boots scraping softly. One coughed, a raw bark of sound that he smothered with his sleeve. The boy with the cracked rebreather wheezed, a wet rattle that made Merrick's teeth grind. He listened. Silence. Then, faint and distant, the hollow boom of something heavy falling far above. A shriek, half human, half something else. Hunting cries in the distance, but nothing near. He moved on, picking his way along the fractured railbed. The walls here sweated condensation and old oil, streaked with the faded yellow of ancient hazard markings. Once, pick screens had lined these corridors, blaring transit schedules and worker quotas. Now they were dead, their surfaces crusted with mold. How much farther? One of the men dared to whisper. Merrick did not look back. Farther than you want, not as far as you fear. Keep moving. He never told them the truth, that there was no true destination, that every bolt hole, every buried chamber he led them to would only be a brief respite until the next hunt flushed them out. Movement was survival. If he kept them moving, some of them would live to see the next cycle. The air shifted. It was a small thing, a change in pressure more felt than heard. A prickle on the skin. Merrick froze, every old scar on his body seeming to burn at once. "Stop!" he hissed. The boy stumbled into his back. Merrick shoved him away, breath held, eyes scanning the shadows. The tunnel was darker ahead, a section where the roof had partially collapsed, creating a jagged arch of rockcrete. He saw nothing. He took a step forward. The shadow under the arch moved. It was like watching darkness unpeel from itself. A ripple in the air, then a sudden, tearing emergence as something slithered out of the ruptured reality. Paws hitting the cracked rail with a wet, meaty thud. Its outline was wrong, a blur of too many limbs and too many eyes, its hide slick as if constantly fresh from birth. Translucent membranes fluttered, revealing glimpses of bone and sinew beneath. Khymerax. Merrick's breath caught in his throat. Behind him, one of the men whimpered. More came. They bled from the cracks in the world, each emergence accompanied by a brief shimmer of impossible angles and the stink of witch space. They padded forward, claws clicking, nostrils flaring. Their eyes shone with reflected torchlight, too bright, too hungry. Back, Merrick rasped. Back, slowly. The nearest Khymerax hissed, barbed tongue tasting the air. Its gaze locked on Merrick, then flicked past him, counting the meat behind. A laugh echoed down the tunnel. The sound was thin and amused, dripping with disdain. A figure stepped into view behind the pack, his silhouette lean and angular, armor plates overlapping with the lazy elegance of a predator that did not need bulk. Drukhari, though not one of the Hecatari. His armor was dyed in the violet and black of the Cabal, his helm hooked to his belt. Long hair, bound in barbed rings, trailed down his back. He held a barbed whip in one hand, the other loosely gripping a compact splinter carbine. Leashes of chain were fastened from his belt to the collars of the leading Khymerax. A nest of rats, the packmaster said in low Gothic, his accent thick but precise. How diligent. You dig and scurry and gnaw. You are very persistent. It must be all that faith they bred into you. Merrick's hands tightened on the length of rusted rebar he carried. It felt pathetic. He could not remember the last time he had held a real weapon. Run, he said softly, without taking his eyes off the beasts. When I move, run. The men behind him shifted nervously. The packmaster smiled, revealing needle teeth too even to be natural. Do not be tedious, he said. If you scatter now, it spoils the cadence. The Archon prefers a well-timed release. The arenas are ready. The cycles are set. You will run when the signal is given, not before. He twitched his whip. The nearest Khymerax snarled but held its place, muscles quivering. Merrick swallowed. You could kill us. Here. Of course, the packmaster agreed. And perhaps I would, if I were a lesser servant, content with immediate gratification. But there are quotas to meet, tides of agony to shape. You were found together, here, in a little burrow, a cluster, a clutch. That makes you a set, a unit of narrative. He gestured with the barrel of his carbine, lazy. Besides, the lower arenas have been requesting fresh runners. The last batch broke too quickly. They fell on their knees and begged for death before the halfway mark. No stamina, no defiance. Very dull to watch. The Khymerax inched closer, their jaws working, drool pattering on the cracked rail. The packmaster's eyes met Merrick's. Do you run well, little rat? Merrick did not answer. His heart hammered. He could feel the men behind him trembling. The packmaster chuckled. I will take that as a yes, he said. Leash them. From behind him, more Drukhari emerged, lesser warriors in scaled armor, their helmets horned and expressionless. They carried nets woven from shimmering threads that hummed with contained pain, and shackles etched with whirls of alien script. Merrick swung his rebar. It was not bravery, it was instinct and fury. The rebar clanged off a Drukhari's helm, staggering him. For a heartbeat, there was a gap. He shoved the boy through it. Run! Merrick bellowed. The tunnel exploded into motion. The men surged backward, stumbling, some falling. The Khymerax leapt, bounds of impossible grace, crashing into bodies, knocking them flat, teeth tearing but not killing, not yet. The nets flew, unrolling in the air like sheets of shimmering glass. They fell upon the survivors, crackling as they contracted, barbs sinking shallowly but persistently into flesh. The boy got 3 steps before a net wrapped him, dropping him to the ground in a screaming tangle. Merrick felt something sting his shoulder. Numbness spread down his arm, then fire. He dropped the rebar, knees, buckling. The world tilted, swam. He saw the Packmaster's boots stop inches from his face. "You run well," the Drukhari said again, amused. "Good, the Archon will be pleased. The viewers love a defiant one." He snapped his fingers. The Khymerax backed off, whining, frustrated. The Drukhari warriors moved in, seizing limbs, hauling bodies into bundles. Shackles bit cold around wrists and ankles. As the darkness swallowed Merrick, he heard the Packmaster's voice one last time, distant and blurred. "Remember this tunnel, little rat. When you run the arena, think of how far you came, only to meet me here. Think of how small your world really is." Time lost meaning after that. There were cuffs and cages, and the sour stench of too many men packed into too little space. There were the juddering bones of a slave lift, hauling them up through strata of hive and arena infrastructure. Merrick drifted in and out of consciousness, jolted awake by screams or the hiss of Drukhari. Commands. When the cage finally opened, the roar hit him like a physical blow. The primary hunting arena of Khymerax had once been a crater, birthed from some ancient orbital strike that had scooped a hive spire out by the roots. The Drukhari had rebuilt it into concentric killing rings. Merrick stumbled out onto packed dust, blinking in the harsh, emerald-tinted light. Walls of black stone rose around him, tier upon tier, crammed with seating and balconies. Drukhari thronged the stands, their armor a riot of color and blade, their movements restless. Hollow constructs of pain played above them, replaying favorite deaths from past cycles. Soul siphon pylons ringed the arena lip, their needle-like forms pulsing with captured energy. He was in the lowest ring, one of many. Around him, hundreds of thousands of humans and other wretches were being herded into place, a living carpet of confusion and terror. Some clutched weapons thrown to them from passing skimmers, rusted blades and broken rifles meant less to arm them than to make their deaths more entertaining. Gates loomed in the outer walls, closed for now. The air vibrated with the low growl of things behind them. High above, on a raised dais that jutted from the arena edge like the prow of a void ship, Archon Zelith stood in full sight of his assembled cabal. His armor now blazed with additional ornamentation, his helm shaped into a snarling, horned face that magnified his voice when he chose to speak. He raised his hand. The crowd quieted, their murmurs falling away into a hungry hush. "Children of the shattered sinew," Zelith called, his words rippling through the arena, carried by unseen amplifiers and the caged screams of those wired into them. "The cycle turns, the world still bleeds. It is a good day." Laughter, sharp and cruel, rippled back at him. "Below you," he went on, gesturing with 2 fingers, "is your stock. They have run. They have hidden. Some have fought. Most have squealed. Today they run again, for your delight and for our sustenance. Each death is a note in the song that keeps you from the thirst." He spread his arms, as if to embrace the entire slaughter field. "Feast." The gates crashed open. From the shadowed tunnels beyond poured a menagerie of horrors, Khymerax and razorwing flocks, custom beasts stitched from multiple species, their forms obscene parodies of function, lurching constructs of bone and steel, fueled by bound souls that howled in high-pitched, ceaseless keening. The air filled with the stink of wet fur, ozone, and hot metal. The prey broke, some charged, screaming, toward the nearest beasts, weapons raised. Others turned and fled, trying to press back through the still-locked gates from which they had been driven. The beasts fell among them, tearing and smashing, tongues and blades and pneumatic limbs doing their work. Blood sprayed in broad arcs across the dust. High on the dais, Homunculus Verthrix stepped, up alongside Zelith, his robes trailing thin coils of flesh. He watched the unfolding carnage with a critic's eye, head tilting this way and that. The capture yields were lower this cycle, he said conversationally. We could have compensated with reduced release numbers, a more selective spectacle. Instead, you insist on a mass flush. There will be a gap in the harvest curve. Zelith did not look at him. The curve bores me. The curve is what keeps you alive, Verthrix replied, unfazed. If the stock is overdrawn, the song thins. The thirst creeps closer. Sustainability is not an indulgence. It is necessity. You talk like a scribe tallying ledgers, Zelith said. There are still unbroken hives on this world. Still baronies of prey we have barely touched. We have time to rearrange the curve. Verthrix shrugged, a boneless ripple of shoulders. This planet is an experiment, he said. A laboratory, writ large. Every decision you make here shapes data I can never reclaim. When you turn a carefully cultivated preserve into a charnel pit, you sacrifice subtlety for spectacle. I am not opposed to spectacle, but if there is no stock left to refine, I will grow. Displeased. He dragged the last word out like a blade. Zelith turned his head slightly, just enough to let Verthrix see the cold amusement in his eyes behind the helm's lenses. You will do as you always do, the Archon said. You will scrape beauty out of my excess. That is your purpose. Mine is to own this world, and to make its every breath a hymn to my cruelty. Quotas are a concern of clerks. I am an Archon. Below, a man was run down by a charging construct, his body breaking under its mass. The construct's hind legs slipped on his blood, sending it crashing into a knot of other prey. The crowd roared with laughter. Verthrix sighed theatrically. Very well, he said. We shall see how much marrow remains when you are finished. Chewing. He began to turn away, already calculating which of the survivors might be worth retrieving for more measured work, which beasts showed promise, which needed adjustment. Above the arena, the sky shield shimmered. It was a nearly invisible lattice of energy under normal conditions, a thin sheen that protected the arena from stray orbital debris and the wilder fluctuations of Khymerax's corrupted atmosphere. Now, for the first time in many cycles, it flickered. Just a ripple at first, a quiver across the vault of false azure and projected suns. Zelith felt it as a faint vibration through the soles of his boots, a slight stutter in the way the light fell. He frowned. Atmospheric distortion, he snapped. The nearest technomancer flinched. Minor turbulence, Archon, the Drukhari said hurriedly, fingers dancing across a console of live-spined wraithbone. There was a surge in the upper strata, likely fallout from a webway fluctuation. I am compensating. See that you do, Zelith said. He looked up, along with 1,000 other faces. The sky seemed perfectly normal again. The projected suns blazed coldly. The faint shimmer of the shield settled. For a heartbeat, Zelith felt something else. A prickle along the old scars on his soul. A sense like distant ice on the back of his tongue. It was gone an instant later, dismissed as nothing more than a misaligned engine somewhere in orbit. He turned his attention back to the arena. There were beasts to enjoy. There were men to watch as they ran and fell and died, their screams siphoned into the waiting reservoirs. Khymerax sang, as it always had since he had taken it, a world of unending hunts and carefully curated agony. Far beyond the sky shield, in the cold dark above the world, something vast and predatory shifted its gaze toward that song. The translation flare washed across the system's edge, like a wound opening in empty night. For an instant there was nothing, only the thin, glittering raggedness of the immaterium receding, threads of unreality snapping back into whatever passed for order in the material universe. Then the Night Lords came through. The mournful covenant slid out of the warp on a tide of bleached light and dying echoes. Her hull was a murder of shadows against the distant sun, a vast predatory silhouette picked out by cold starlight and the baleful glow of her own running lights. Those lamps were few and far between. The warship preferred darkness, and those who sailed upon her were at home in it. Flayed skin hung from her flanks in long, windless banners, stitched together into broad fields of pale leather that had been tattooed with lightning strikes and screaming faces. Phosphor paint traced jagged cobalt scars across her armor plating, stylized storm marks that crawled over gun decks and launch bays. Impaled corpses jutted from her outer plating on iron spars, their arms spread in silent pleas that would never be answered. Some were human, some were not. It no longer mattered what they had been. Smaller ships drifted in the Covenant's wake, a ragged flotilla of strike cruisers, converted merchant hulls, and raider vessels, each bearing its own pattern of scars and trophies. Together they moved with the patient coordination of a hunting pack, spacing out along the system's outer reach, augurs tasting the dark. In the echoing depths of the ship, astropathic choirs lay chained in their sanctums, throats raw from unending chorus. They sang the same fragments they had been forced to sing for years, threads of intercepted distress and agony sent centuries before from a forgotten imperial designation. A name surfaced again and again in those echoes: Khymerax. Lord Voren's car watched that world on grainy picked feeds in the gloom of his strategium. Most of the chamber lay unlit. Banks of consoles lined the walls, occupied by hunched figures half fused into their stations, augmetic cables linking flesh to brass and iron. Holoprojectors glowed fitfully, throwing up ghost images of charts and readouts that wavered like spirits in the air. Incense burned in censers fashioned from polished skulls, the smoke coiling in thin lines that did little to mask the underlying smells of oil, ozone, and old blood. Carr stood alone in the pool of light cast by the primary display. His armor was a relic of another age, deep midnight lacquered and adorned with stylized thunderbolts. Where once it might have borne the clean, angular markings of a loyal legion, its plates now carried trophies wired under studs and chains, strips of flayed skin stretched over armor segments, purity seals long since defaced and overwritten with jagged runes of defiance. A skull helm, wrought into a leering mask, was mag-locked to his belt. He preferred his enemies to see his own face when he chose to speak. That face was pale, old, and lined with scars that had never quite faded. The legacy of wars fought beneath a very different banner. His eyes were grey, lit from within by a cold, steady malice. On the main picked field, Khymerax turned. The world appeared in monochrome grain, pulled from long-range auger sweeps and collated Auspex ghosts. Storm bands crawled across its surface in slow, glacial spirals. White scars marked the hive clusters, each surrounded by a halo of debris and what looked, to Carr's eye, like deliberately cleared killing grounds. The orbits above it glittered with dead things, half-ruined Imperial satellites, derelict defense platforms canted out of their original planes, and newer, sharper shadows that slipped in and out of view too quickly for mortal eyes. Drukhari, Carr murmured. The word was low, almost thoughtful. He watched one of those shadows surge into definition for a heartbeat, then vanish again. A raider, prow hooks glinting before the image fuzzed and died. The mournful Covenant's augurs were old and cunning, their machine spirits long since taught, the tricks needed to track Xenoscraft. But even so, they struggled to hold the Drukhari ghosts on the screen. Carr did not see tragedy in the flickering dead relays and broken stations. He did not see a fallen Imperial world in need of salvation. The idea would have amused him, had it even occurred. He saw a stage. A world already scarred into a theatre of dread, its hives torn open into arenas, its population culled and trained by long years of pain. The work was half done. The Drukhari had done it for him, never realizing that another kind of predator might one day come to take it from them. He allowed himself the barest hint of a smile. "Lord," a voice rasped from the shadows at his back. He did not turn. "Summon the council, Istvan. I want the captains here, and send for the mortal officers as well. If we are to take a world, all hands will be required." The figure in the dark shifted, armor plates scraping. Istvan, his lieutenant in logistics and cruelty, bowed, low enough that the studs and hooks on his cuirass clinked against the floor, Then he withdrew to carry out the command. The summons spread through the ship like a ripple. Warriors peeled away from training cages and armories, leaving servitors to clean the blood from the steel. Champions came up from chapel decks where they had been listening to the low thunder of sermons that spoke of fear as a weapon and mercy as weakness. Mortal officers were dragged from their cramped, low-lit stations and herded toward the strategium by gaunt servitor ushers. When they arrived, they took their places according to worth. The Night Lords gathered close to the central display, a semicircle of giant forms in midnight plate. Some bore wings of jump gear folded along their spines. Others wore the bulkier silhouette of old patterned Terminator armor, their pauldrons carved with leering skulls and chained skull trophies. Lightning motifs crawled across all of them, cracked and faded but still visible. The mortals stood further back, in a ring just inside the strategium's doors, under the watchful eyes of armed serfs. They wore faded uniforms, patched and repatched until their original colors were impossible to guess. Their chests marked with crude lightning sigils, daubed in old blood. A few still clutched data slates or cogitator coils, as if those scraps of machinery might somehow shield them. Sergeant Kale Dravik stepped to Carr's right. He was large, even for an Astartes, his armor marginally more brutal in profile than the standard plate of the others. Jump engines hunched along his shoulders, exhaust nozzles modified with serrated baffles that gave his descents an unsettling, keening wail. His helm bore a stylized grin of iron fangs, and he had a habit, when unhelmed, of smiling in much the same way. Old lightning scars twisted along his scalp, where someone had once tried to immolate him with a plasma discharge. It had not taken. He regarded the spinning projection of Khymerax with narrowed eyes. "What is this, Lord?" he asked. "Another raid. The coordinates we bled the astropaths for have led us to a dead rock by the look of it." "Not dead," Carr said. "Listen." He gestured. A tech adept hunched at a console twitched his augmetic fingers, murmuring appeasement to the machine's spirit. The strategium's vox picked up a new feed, low at first, then swelling as the volume rose. It was screaming. Not a single voice, not even a dozen. It was a mass, a layered ocean of shrieks and wails, some high and thin, others guttural, many broken by static. Buried within it was the ragged structure of words, pleas for the Emperor's mercy, cries for help, recitation of litanies choked off mid-verse. The mortals blanched, a few flinched outright. One officer swallowed so hard his throat clicked in the silence between the peaks of sound. "This is an amalgam of the astropathic fragments we have been following," Carr said, his voice steady over the noise. "Echoes that have bled through the warp for centuries. Khymerax is their source, a world that screamed once, long ago, and never quite stopped." He lifted his hand. The Vox operator killed the feed. Silence crashed back into the chamber, heavy and thick. "The Imperium wrote this world off after the first hunts," Carr went on. "Marked it dead. The Drukhari did not. They claimed it as a hunting ground, perhaps even one of their private preserves. Now they have shaped it into a stable fear engine. They clear the hives as they please, cull the herd when they wish, feed themselves on the agony, and then let the stock regenerate." He looked around at his gathered warriors. "They have created, without meaning to, a perfect stage for us. A terror theatre already built, waiting only for a change of ownership." A low chuckle ran through the ring of Astartes. "You intend to take it," Dravik said. There was interest there now, but tempered, with something harder. "Not simply raid and burn, but hold, make it ours." "I intend," Carr said, "to plant the sigil of the Night Lords in the bones of that world, and make its name a warning to every Chartist captain and petty warlord in this sector. Khymerax will be our midnight throne. From it we will launch new raids, new punishments. Those who look upon it from the void will see not a Drukhari playground, but a world wrapped in lightning." Dravik's lips curled. "We are a war band, not a legion," he said. There was no outright defiance in his tone, but it edged close. "We have, at most, a few hundred Astartes scattered across these hulls, and mortal auxiliaries barely disciplined enough to hold a corridor without shooting each other in the back. The Drukhari have access to the webway. They can pour forces here from their poisoned city without crossing the void as we do. Slave armies by the million, unleashed in hours. We are speaking of seizing and holding a world from a Xenos power that feeds upon terror. There is a certain poetry to it, I grant you, but it remains madness." Carr's gaze met his. The air in the strategium seemed to tighten. "Everything we do is madness," Carr said softly. "We have no Primarch, no homeworld, no place in any sane order, not that such an order exists any longer. We are carrion princes in a dying age. If we are to live, we must carve out places where our legend is unassailable. Khymerax is such a place. If we fail," Dravik said, "we die little better than prey ourselves, hunted through our own terror traps by Xenos that will make art from our deaths." "If we fail," Carr agreed, "then we die as predators in a contest with rivals worthy of us. Better that than rotting away as hired blades in some petty warlord's squabble, or drifting aimless until the last of us is picked off by accident. Safety is a myth. Choice is an illusion. We were made to enforce fear. We continue to do so, or we admit that everything behind us was for nothing." He let the words hang. No one spoke. Even Dravik's smile had thinned. Carr turned away from the projection and gestured to the mortals at the back. "You," he said, "you will chart the void around Khymerax. Every derelict, every relic beacon. I want the old Imperial stations mapped and their machine spirits accounted for. Anything that lights the void must be extinguished or bent to our uses. We will come upon this world like a shadow falling, not a torch." The mortal officers bowed and stammered their assent. They were already picturing themselves drifting on the outside of an engagement, wondering how many of them would be jettisoned for the sake of silence. "Dravik," Carr said, "take your claw and the seventh talon. Stalk the system's edge. There will be Drukhari raider wings hunting strays beyond the primary gravity well. I want one of their vessels in our pens, intact enough for its crew to be questioned." Dravik's grin returned. "With pleasure," he said. The flotilla spread out, as Carr had commanded. The mournful Covenant held to the system's edge, her reactor output damped, her hull shields trimmed to minimum, becoming as small a shadow as a ship her size could be. Her sister strike cruisers flanked her, moving into positions where they could fire in support if needed, but otherwise hugging the void, their augers listening more than emitting. Smaller raider hulls slipped further in, blades of midnight cutting through the dark. Their engines ran cold, powered down until they were barely more than drifting debris. Only brief, controlled burns adjusted their vector, masked as far as possible behind fields of scrap and the shadows of dead satellites. They extinguished lights as they went. Old Imperial beacons, still pulsing their coded warnings, and navigation markers centuries after any loyal pilot had listened, winked out one by one as Night Lords boarding. Teams cut their power cores or rewrote their machine spirits. Stations that had been turned into Drukhari outposts were not blasted apart. Instead, narrow-bore lances punched precise holes in their sensor arrays and communications masts, leaving the bulk intact and dark, ripe for later reclamation. The first live contact came on the third day. A Drukhari raider cut across the outer debris field, sleek and angular, its hull blades gleaming with captured starlight. It moved with the casual arrogance of a hunter that has long since come to believe it owns the ground it walks upon. Its augers were active, but tuned for fat merchant hulls and panicked escape vectors, not for patient shapes drifting half-dead in the dark. Boarding torpedoes slipped from the shadow of a derelict defense platform, their engines flaring only for a heartbeat before they went dark again. The raider never saw them in time. The torpedoes slammed into its flanks, mag clamps biting, melter charges burning through. The hull. Dravik led the first wave through the breach. The interior of the Raider was a narrow maze of bone-ribbed corridors and open decks framed by barbed railings. Atmosphere screamed out through the puncture, carrying with it scraps of cloth and the first bodies. Grav plates flickered, throwing up showers of sparks. Vox systems howled with sudden interference as the torpedo's onboard scramblers vomited static into every band. The Night Lords advanced in Vox silence. They moved like the shadows they favored. Armor systems running in low output, helms muted. In the stuttering, artificial night of the Raiders' emergency lighting, they were little more than deeper shades of darkness, shapes that appeared and vanished between flickers. Drukhari warriors rushed to meet them, swords and splinter rifles gleaming, their movements fluid even in half-gravity. They spat curses and promises of torment, voices distorted by alien vocoders. The reply was the cough of bolt weapons and the roar of chain blades. The Night Lords did not waste ammunition. Shots were placed with cold precision. A splinter gunner's torso vanished against a bulkhead in a mist of meat and shattered armor. A blade dancer leapt, only to be swatted from the air by a gauntleted backhand that broke him across a rail. Dravik hit the upper gantry in a flare of jump engines, landing in front of a cluster of Xenos who'd been trying to fall back toward the bridge. He said nothing. He did not need to. The cracked lightning scars on his armor, the blood-slicked blades in his gauntlets, spoke for him. When the fight ended, there were survivors, not many. A handful of warriors who had thrown down their weapons when it became clear that no help was coming, preferring captivity to immediate death. A couple more who had been wounded and stunned before they could die properly. The Night Lords did not kill them. Not yet. Later, in the Strategium, one of those survivors hung nailed to the deck. They had stripped most of his armor away, leaving only the collar and various harness points where hooks and lines now joined him to the floor. Long hammered nails pinned his limbs at awkward angles, fixing him in a spread-eagled crouch. Cables had been sunk into his spine, connecting his nervous system to a rack of monitoring devices that clicked and hummed softly, measuring every spike and trough of pain. He watched Khar with eyes still bright, despite the lines of strain at their corners. "You are crude," the Drukhari said in Gothic that was only slightly mangled. His voice trembled, but whether from pain or suppressed rage, it was hard to say. "You break and break, but there is no art, no subtlety. You are butchers." Khar regarded him as a man might regard a dangerous but injured beast. "Our art," he said, "is not for you." "You think this hurts?" The Drukhari spat. Blood flecked his lips. "You think this is suffering? This is nothing. A stumble on the way to real work. You hammer nails through bones and think yourselves monsters. Children might do the same to vermin." Khar stepped closer. The deck creaked under the weight of his armor. "We do not measure our work in how long we can make a single victim scream," he said. "We measure it in how many worlds remember that scream, how many lives are shaped by the fear of it. You Drukhari obsess over the single note. We write symphonies." The Drukhari snarled, then laughed, the sound ragged. "You speak of worlds," he said. "You are adrift, Mon-Ki. Your empire is a rotting corpse gnawed by maggots. You own nothing that you can keep, not even yourselves." Khar's gaze did not waver. "Tell me of Khymerax," he said. "Tell me of the hunting world." The Drukhari hesitated. Dravik stepped into view then, flanking Khar. He held something in his hand, a slender rod of glass and metal. He had taken it from the raiders' trophy racks. With a flick of his thumb, he activated it, and a thin, focused beam of energy burned into the flesh of the captive's thigh. The Drukhari gasped, despite himself. "You have webs in the upper atmosphere," Dravik said calmly. "Real space anchors, portals to your hidden city, and whatever cesspits you breed in. Coils of pathways down into the hive depths. I have seen the traces on the augers. You weave a cage around your prey and move through its bars as you wish. This is elegant. I admit that." He turned the beam slightly, carving a slow line. It would be a shame if something happened to those anchors. The prisoner panted, teeth bared. Khymerax is ours, he hissed. The cabal of the shattered sinew claimed it long before your wretched vessel ever crawled into this sky. Its pain is measured and apportioned. Its hunts are designed to feed us for many cycles to come. You cannot even imagine what we will make of those who trespass upon it. Khymerax, Khar repeated, tasting the name. Again. You have webway apertures anchored in the high cloud strata to slip in your raiders, and further gates in the deep catacombs beneath the hives to bring up beasts and slaves without the need to cross the surface. He glanced at the monitoring dials. Anything else? The Drukhari's eyes glittered. The Archon will take your souls alive, he said. He will peel them like fruit. He will keep you conscious for longer than you think possible. You will beg for the mediocrity of your own methods. You will... Khar gestured. Dravik cut him off with a touch of the beam to his exposed spine. The Drukhari jerked, breath hissing through clenched teeth. That, Khar said, is for later. For now, you have told us what we needed. He turned to his officers. Their access points are their strength. The webway is the artery that keeps their hunting grounds fed. We will make it a blade at their throats. Istvan, begin plotting trajectories for orbital. Interdiction. We will position our vessels to take those high atmosphere anchors under direct threat. Any Drukhari ship that tries to transit there will find itself under our guns the moment it appears. He pointed at another console. Atmospheric strikes. Precision bombardment on likely surface nodes. Not to eradicate, but to destabilize. We want their gates flickering, misaligned, dangerous to use. Fear will do as much work as our guns. And when the confusion builds, we will put boots on the ground. Dravik's smile was thin and hungry. Surgical insertions, he said. Kill claws into the hive catacombs. Sabotage on their lower portals. If we can seize even one intact, we may have a doorway of our own. Exactly, Khar said. 3 prongs. Void, sky, and soil. We close in from all sides while they are still trying to understand that anything has changed at all. He looked once more at the bound Drukhari. You have done your part, he said. The captive opened his mouth, perhaps to spit, perhaps to laugh again. Khar raised a gauntleted hand. The monitoring rig connected to the Xeno's spine whined as power surged. The Drukhari arched, eyes bulging, his voice torn away into an inarticulate sound that was swallowed by the strategium's walls. Make sure he lasts, Khar told the tech priests. We may have use for his voice later. In the dark hangars deep within the mournful covenant, mortals stood in ragged ranks. They filled the deck from one end to the other. A sea of faces upturned toward the figures that prowled the gantries above. Some were voidsmen, taken from ships the Night Lords had seized over the years. Others were former soldiers, hive enforcers, gangers from a dozen worlds, all having survived the initial cull when the warband first took them. A few, like Merrick, still wore remnants of brands burned into their flesh by other masters. He remembered the arena. He remembered beasts and the press of bodies, and the first shadow of something else falling through the sky. He remembered black armor and lightning, and the way bolter fire had torn through Drukhari and human alike without distinction. He remembered being dragged, half-conscious, through smoke and screaming into the yawning mouth of a dropcraft. The details after that were blurred, framed in the juddering roar of engines and the smell of propellant. Now he stood among others, breathing in air that tasted of oil, metal, and the faint tang of incense. Above them, along the high walkways, Night Lords' chaplains and their chosen assistants walked like carrion birds along roosts. Their armor bore more iconography than the others, skulls and chains and flensed skin parchments inscribed with litanies of terror. Some wore bare bone masks over their helm visors, their eye lenses burning red. One of them stepped to the rail. His voice, when it came, was not amplified by mechanical speakers alone. There was something in it that was something. Hooked into the hindbrain, an old training, once meant to inspire loyalty to the Emperor of Mankind. and now twisted to another purpose. "You were prey," the chaplain said. "All of you." His words rolled over them, heavy and sure. "You ran from aliens that hunted you for sport. You knelt to masters that saw you as meat. Your lives were measured in screams and the worth of your fear. On 1,000 worlds, that is the only role men like you are allowed to play." Merrick felt the words sink in. They were not lies. That alone made them more dangerous. "You were taken from that," the chaplain went on, "not to be saved. Understand this. We are not your angels. We are not your deliverance. We are what hunts the hunters. We are the night that falls upon those who thought themselves above consequence. You live now because your hatred is more useful than your death." He paused, letting that settle. "The ones who flayed you, who branded you, who turned your hives into pits and your families into sport," he said, "still think themselves safe. They hide behind impossible paths and toxic skies. They think the Imperium has forgotten you, and they are right. The Imperium never remembers its dead for long." A low murmur moved through the ranks. Merrick clenched his hands until his knuckles ached. "But we remember screams," the chaplain said softly. "We follow them. We make them into knives. You will fight beside us, or die in the attempt, and either way, your tormentors will learn that the dark they thought they controlled hides teeth that are not theirs." He leaned forward. "You will not die for some distant throne. You will not die in the hope of reward in a heaven that never comes. You will die, if you must, for vengeance. For the simple, clean joy of knowing that those who broke you will one day look up and see what you have become in the eyes of their killers." The hangar shuddered faintly as distant engines spooled up. Red, battle lamps flicked to life along the walls, bathing everything in a blood hue. "Look," the chaplain said. Giant blast doors at the far end of the hangar began to grind open. Beyond them lay the cold void, held back by shimmering force fields that flickered as they cycled power. Dropships hung in their racks, their hulls midnight dark, their prows fashioned into leering skulls. Boarding torpedoes waited in launch cradles, noses angled toward the stars, guidance vanes twitching as their machine spirits tasted the void ahead. One by one, clamps released. The first torpedoes slid free, drifting into the black, engines dark. Dropcraft followed, their thrusters cold, carried on momentum alone, silhouettes vanishing against the deeper dark beyond the hangar's threshold. On the bridge, Vox arrays came alive. The mournful Covenant's broadcasters did not send hails or demands. They vomited sound into the low orbits around Khymerax, a layered storm of screams and war chants and distorted heartbeats. Fragments of the ancient distress calls from the planet were woven through newer recordings of Drukhari raids and Night Lord attacks, twisted together into a single, nauseating chorus. It flooded the bands the Xenos used for coordination. It seeped into the edges of their auger returns. It turned every attempt to read the void into a flickering haze of ghosts and noise. In the cold dark between the warship and the world, the Night Lords came on in silence, riding the howling of the void toward a hunting ground that did not yet know it had become theirs. The ash fields of Khymerax stretched beneath the raiders like the surface of some murdered moon. Once, there had been ferrocrete highways and transit spines and crop terraces here. Now there was only dust, the grey waste broken by the occasional jut of shattered hab blocks or the skeletons of manufactoria. Wind dragged lines across the ash, tracing patterns that were gone as soon as they formed. A wing of Drukhari hunting craft skimmed low over that desolation, their prows knifing the thin air. Raiders, their hulls barbed and cruel, glided with predatory ease, flanked by buzzing swarms of venoms and reavers. Slave racks on their prow spars were already full, bodies nailed in place, still twitching. Blood streamed away in fine mist as the craft banked, catching the light from the false sun that burned in the sky overhead. On the lead raider, a helm-slaved gunner adjusted his aim, tracking a knot of fleeing humans as they stumbled across the ash far below. He did not hurry. The prey could not outrun grav engines. There was no point in ending the run too quickly. He triggered a brief volley. Splinter fire stitched the ground, neat lines of impact that blossomed into spurts of red and black. A few figures dropped. The rest ran faster, the patterns of their panic shifting in a way that pleased the gunner's sense of rhythm. "Lower by a fraction," he murmured to the helmsman. "I want to see their faces when they realize there is nowhere to go." Before the helmsman could reply, the gunner's world filled with static. His helm display flared white, then black, then erupted into a chaos of flickering images and jagged sigils. The targeting runes vanished. Rangefinders died. The quiet, constant presence of the orbital relay in the back of his mind, the thread of connection that had always been there, went suddenly and utterly silent. "What is this?" he hissed, fingers tightening on his controls. The comnet howled. At first it sounded like feedback, then voices resolved within it. Human voices, layered and distorted, overlapping in hideous chorus. Some screamed, some prayed, some chanted litanies in a tongue the Drukhari only half remembered, words of faith directed toward a dead god. Others simply sobbed or repeated a single phrase until their breath failed. The sound was not clean. It had been cut, spliced, fed through machines, and fed again, through others. Phrases repeated with no natural cadence. Cries rose and cut off mid-breath, only to return moments later. It was a hymn of death, a litany of Imperial loyalists dying in terror, hammered and sharpened into a weapon. Every channel the raider shifted to carried that same noise. Every attempt to reconnect to the orbital relay found only that ocean of agony. On his second attempt, the gunner's helm systems flared with warning runes. The sound pushed through anyway, vibrating his teeth in his skull, making his implanted nerves fire in sympathy. The aim assist spirit whined and shut down, burying itself in failsafes against the corruption. Around him, other Drukhari were snarling in confused anger, hands clawing at helm seals as if they could tear the sound out of the air. "Cut the feed!" a voice snapped over the din. "Kill the relay! This is some Monkey scram code!" The helmsman's fingers danced over the controls, severing links. The raiders, the connection to anything beyond its own hull, died. The screaming dropped to a distant hollow echo, like a memory you could not quite shake. Silence returned, heavy and unnatural. The wind over the hull seemed too quiet. The engines thrummed too loud. "Report from orbit," the craft leader demanded. No answer. Only a faint crackle, like static trying to form words. Far above the ash fields, something had gone wrong. The orbital arena station hung in low orbit like a tumor. It had once been a defense platform, an Imperial weapon station with macro cannon emplacements and void shields and fighter bays. The Drukhari had taken it apart and put it together again according to their own needs. The flak batteries were gone, replaced by pain engines and broadcast arrays. Where once it had thrown shells at invading fleets, it now threw images and sounds down at the world below, airdropping terror in carefully curated bursts. Inside, the gravity was fickle. Whole sections of the station had been converted into hunting galleries, their decks set to low pull so prey and beasts alike could drift and leap in graceful arcs. Warriors moved along the narrow gantries and observation platforms with the casual ease of those who knew every handhold and shift. They never saw the boarding torpedoes until it was too late. The first impact came as a dull, crunching boom. Siren runes flashed along the corridors, warning of hull breaches. Warriors cursed, thinking of some malfunction, some stray meteorite. Then the second impact hit, and the third, biting into the station's soft underbelly. Explosive bolts blew doors inward. Swirls of escaping atmosphere turned the corridors into tunnels filled with mist. Night Lords came through. They hit the station like falling blades, their boarding charges timed to exploit the low gravity. Armor engines roared for the brief moments they needed thrust, then cut, letting momentum carry them through the station's guts in howling arcs. Dravik was at the point. He burst from his torpedo in a storm of shrapnel and smoke, jump pack flaring briefly to arrest his momentum, then firing again to throw him down the length of the nearest gallery. Splinter fire flashed past him, bright lines in the gloom. He twisted, letting them skim off his pauldrons, and crashed feet first into the first Drukhari warrior in his path. The impact drove the Xenos back against the bulkhead. Bone cracked, armor plates dented inward. Dravik did not slow. He rode the collision, one clawed gauntlet punching down, punching through, pinning the screaming figure to the wall like a pinned insect. A second warrior leapt at him, blade whirling, and Dravik's free hand snagged him by the throat, swinging him around in a wide, lazy arc. Low gravity made everything slower, more graceful. It also meant there was less resistance when he hurled the Drukhari across the corridor into his oncoming allies. They collided in a snapping tangle, bodies bouncing, off railings and one another, weapons tumbling away into the air. Dravik's killclaw came in behind them, fanning out along the walls and ceiling, boots maglocking and releasing in a rapid staccato. They moved with the practiced ease of warriors who had trained for this environment, turning low gravity from hindrance into advantage. Chain blades revved, bolter muzzles flared. Drukhari bodies came apart in jerks and sprays. One tried to run, launching himself off a rail toward a side hatch. A Night Lord on the ceiling reached down, caught him by the ankle, and hammered him headfirst into the deck until his helm split and he stopped moving. Another clawed a warrior's helm off, bearing the smooth, angular features beneath, and slammed his head through a lumen strut. The lumen strip snapped, showering sparks. Later, those same struts would bear different decorations. "Secure the station," Dravik voxed, his voice a low growl in the closed circuit. "Bridge, control hubs, broadcast arrays. Kill anyone you do not need. Leave enough of them breathing to send a message." They pushed on. In the observation galleries overlooking the central arena, Drukhari nobles scattered from their viewing thrones, suddenly robbed of the spectacle below and confronted with a new one at their backs. They tried to run. Some chose to fight. It made no difference. The Night Lords took them apart with brutal efficiency, leaving torn bodies to spin slowly in the air. In the control chamber, tech rights screamed as gauntleted fists crushed consoles and tossed them aside like broken dolls. The broadcast arrays shut down. The carefully cultivated feeds of pain and pageantry flickered and died. In their place, the Night Lords began to hang their own imagery. Flayed skins were nailed over lumen strips, turning their light into a raw, blood-tinged glow. Drukhari torsos were crucified against control pillars, their limbs spread, their mouths wide open, so that whatever sounds they made would be fed into the system. Symbols were daubed in spilled blood over bone-white panels, jagged lightning, leering skulls. Dravik stalked through it all, wings of his jump pack folded like a carrion bird's pinions. "Find the atmospheric projectors," he said. "This station talks to the sky. We are going to make it scream." On the world below, a hunt was already underway. Merrick ran. He did not remember how he had come to this point. The Drukhari never told their stock the details. One moment he had been in a holding cell, pressed against other bodies, listening to the distant sound of engines and blades and laughter. The next, he had been shoved out into the open, blinking against the harsh glare of hololithic suns. The canyon stretched ahead of him, a gash carved between two jagged ridges of rockcrete and fused ash. It was not natural. Nothing on Khymerax was natural anymore. The Drukhari had cut this channel to their own specifications, lining its walls with murder. Thin tripwires crisscrossed the path, nearly invisible until the first desperate runner hit one and vanished in a spray of bone shards as a concealed charge detonated. Shallow pits were disguised beneath drifting dust, hiding beds of spikes and writhing things from the menageries. Turrets were sunk into the rock face, their barrels covered with loose stone that would fall away when they spun to life. Merrick had run in such places before. He knew roughly where not to step. It gave him an advantage measured in heartbeats, nothing more. Around him, the other captives stumbled and pushed, driven by the screams of the Drukhari guards on the ridgetops. They lined the canyon lip, dark silhouettes against the burning false sky. Some fired splinter bursts into the mass of runners, simply to see bodies fall and tumble and bring others down with them. Others cracked barbed whips, the sound carrying even over the roar of so many footsteps. "Run, little cattle," one of them called in accented Gothic. "Run well, make it worth something." Merrick heard those words and felt the old, dull rage stir. They did not even see him as a man, only as movement, as a pattern among many. He ran anyway. A man beside him tripped, arms pinwheeling. Merrick grabbed his shoulder, dragged him upright, shoved him away from a cluster of rock that looked too clean. The man stumbled on, never knowing he had been spared a spike pit. Behind them, something howled. Merrick did not look back. He knew the sound. Khymerax, unleashed from holding cages, their paws scratching at the ash, their bodies phasing in and out of visibility as reality shifted around them. They loved these canyons, where prey could not scatter far. The sky changed. It was subtle at first. The light from the hololithic suns overhead shifted, losing some of its harsh, artificial brightness, shading toward a colder hue. The air prickled against Merrick's skin. The hairs on his arms stood up. He risked a glance, upward. The great domes that projected the false sky above the hunting grounds shimmered. For a heartbeat, he saw beyond them, through gaps in the hollow fields, to the real firmament. It was darker than it should have been. The shield lattice that wrapped the arena districts flickered. Lines of energy that had always been invisible now glowed a sickly, intermittent blue as they struggled to hold. The hololithic suns guttered, their light stuttering. For a moment, everything went dim, as if a hand had passed over the world. The Drukhari noticed. On the canyon rim, warriors snapped up their gaze, snarling. Voxglyphs flashed in their lenses as they demanded answers from their stations. There were none, only static, only the faint underlying whisper of that distant, weaponized hymn trying to claw its way into the local bands. "Keep them running," a packmaster shouted, more to cover his own unease than for any real need. "Keep the cycle flowing." The hollows failed. The false suns went out. The dome above dissolved into transparency. For the first time in longer than Merrick could remember, he saw the truthful sky over Khymerax. It was a bruise-colored vault, streaked with high, thin clouds and the faint glow of polluted aurora. Debris trails glittered, faint arcs where small objects burned up. Station husks were silhouettes against the gloom, angular shapes hanging too low, too close. Something else was falling. At first they were only specks, dark against the dim. Then they grew fast, too fast for anything winged. Trails of burning air flared behind them as they punched through the upper atmosphere, shedding ablative plating in streaks that looked like broken lightning. Drop pods. They came down into the hunting grounds with the inevitability of stones. The first impact hit somewhere ahead of Merrick, beyond a sharp bend in the canyon. The ground bucked. Dust fountained up, blotting out sight and sound for a moment. The howl of beasts and the shrieks of men blended into one raw noise. Another pod slammed into the ridgeline above, obliterating a knot of Drukhari who had been too slow to move. Shards of rockcrete and Xeno's flesh rained down on the runners below. A third cratered the canyon floor just behind the foremost wave of captives, its petals slamming open before the dust had even finished rising. Night Lords emerged. They came out of the pods like bullets, armor still warm from re-entry, weapons already roaring. In the strobing muzzle flare, Merrick saw midnight plate, jagged lightning, skulls wrought into visors and shoulder guards. He saw chain blades rise and fall, leaving curved arcs of dark wetness in the air. He saw Drukhari caught mid-turn, sliced in half before they could even bring their weapons to bear. The Night Lords did not aim around the captives. Bolter fire tore through the press of human bodies as readily as through the Xenos beyond. Men exploded in sprays of meat and rags. Limbs vanished. Those who tried to cling to the Astartes, sobbing words of thanks or pleas for rescue, were shoved away or cut down without a flicker of interest. Merrick stumbled as a blast wave hit him, the concussion from a nearby impact throwing him off his feet. He slid in the ash, rolled, came up hard against a chunk of fallen stone. His ears rang, his teeth ached. Dust filled his mouth and nose. A shape loomed over him. A Drukhari warrior had fallen, one leg twisted under him, helm cracked. He snarled as he saw Merrick and lunged, grabbed for him with a hand that still held a blade. Merrick threw his arms up in reflex more than hope. The blade scraped along his forearm, drawing a line of fire. The Drukhari never finished the motion. A gauntleted hand closed around his head from behind. Fingers dug into his skull, steel digits biting through bone with inexorable pressure. The warrior screamed, back-arching, as his helm was crushed against his own face. Blood leaked from the joins. The hand pulled. The head came away. The body dropped bonelessly across Merrick's legs. He stared up. The Night Lord standing over him filled his world. Midnight armor loomed like a wall, its ceramite plates scarred and studded with trophies. Lightning bolts had been painted across the breastplate, now chipped and stained. A helm in the shape of a snarling skull looked down at him, eye lenses burning a dull ember red. In that heartbeat, Merrick saw himself reflected in those lenses. A small, ash-streaked man, pinned under a corpse, eyes wide, lips flecked with dust and blood. The Night Lord tossed the Drukhari head aside. It bounced once and lodged in a crack, helm still clamped shut, neck, stump, ragged. The Astartes looked down at Merrick for a long, assessing moment. The chain blade in his other hand revved, teeth clattering into life. Merrick could not move. Every muscle in his body had gone rigid, waiting for the inevitable. The chain blade did not fall. "Run," the Night Lord said, vox grit, grinding his voice into something half machine, half growl. "Watch." He turned away, stomping forward into the chaos, firing as he went. Bolter shells blew holes in reality, tearing Drukhari apart, tearing humans apart, tearing anything that moved and did not bear lightning upon its armor. The canyon had become a slaughterhouse, its traps disrupted, its intended spectacle shattered and replaced by another. Merrick scrambled free of the body, legs trembling. He ran, not away from the battle entirely, but alongside it, through the gaps it tore in the Drukhari lines. He watched as commanded. He saw dark Eldar cut down in their own killing ground. He saw beasts bound for the arenas riddled with explosive shells. He saw Night Lords pushing onward, inexorable, merciless, carving themselves a wedge into the heart of the hunting complex. Above, the skies continued to fall apart. On the orbital station, Dravik found the atmospheric webway projector. It was a cluster of machinery that took up an entire bay, a forest of pylons and wraithbone spires, and humming field coils anchored into the old Imperial support structure. Energy pulsed between them in delicate arcs, weaving a pattern too complex for human minds to hold. That pattern anchored the real space side of one of the Drukhari's primary routes, a tunnel through the impossible realms that linked Khymerax directly to their shadow city. Drukhari tech rights lay dead around its base, some still pinned to consoles by bolts, others hacked apart mid-flight as they had tried to flee. Their blood smeared the floor in intricate arcs. Dravik stepped over a severed arm and came to a halt in the center of the array. "Beautiful," he admitted softly, his armor's internal displays filled with muttering warnings. The machine spirits did not like being this close to something so utterly alien. The wraithbone sang in a register that grated on his augmented senses, a psychic whine that set his teeth on edge. "Can you break it?" one of his warriors asked over the squad vox. Dravik smiled behind his helm. "I can do better than that," he said. "I can make it sick." They had brought charges, of course, melter bombs and cracking charges, enough to reduce the array to slag. That would be simple, crude, effective. It would also do exactly what the Drukhari would expect, forcing them to route their transits elsewhere. Carr had given instructions. Do not simply destroy, corrupt. Dravik ordered the melter bombs placed not on the central nodes, but on selected support pylons, ones that his eye judged to be stabilizing elements. He directed his warriors to sever certain cables, to twist others together, to jam blades into control rooms so that they remained permanently engaged. He forced the array's machine spirits and demon things into postures they were never meant to hold. Pull back, he told his warriors. Seal your helms. This will be unpleasant. He slammed his palm against the primary activation rune. The array screamed. Light blazed out from the pylons, not white, not any color the human eye was meant to see. It burned at the edges of vision, leaving trails even behind closed lids. The air shook. The station's structure groaned in protest. In the skies over Khymerax, the tethered end of the webway writhed. Gates that had been steady for decades, used and reused until their quirks were familiar to those who tended them, suddenly spasmed. Pathways shifted. Connections warped. In one hive, a Drukhari squad stepping through a portal found itself embedded waist-deep in a ferrocrete wall. Their bodies fused with the structure as real space closed around them. Their shrieks echoed through the corridors until their lungs failed. In another, a portal flared to life without warning in the middle of a slave pen, a vortex of wrong angles and shifting depths that sucked screaming humans in and spat them out somewhere between worlds, their forms stretched and broken. Some gates simply collapsed, folding in on themselves in a burst of glare that burned anyone looking at them. Others remained open but twisted, leading to locations even their creators did not intend. Throughout the hunting complexes, Drukhari commanders barked orders, trying to stabilize their routes, trying to understand what had gone wrong. The air was thick with vox chatter and shouted curses. On the main command dais overlooking the primary arena, Archon Zelith listened. Reports poured in. Hunting wings losing contact. Orbital relays silent. A station not answering pings. Strange drop signatures within the shielded zones. Unknown craft falling from orbit. Monkey raiders, one of his lieutenants snarled. Some pirate band has slipped through while our attention was on the cycles. We can dispatch them easily enough once we restore the relays. Zelith considered that. His lips thinned. Show me, he said. The lieutenant gestured to a hollow projector. Static-filled images swam in the air between them, gleaned from the few functioning Auspex nodes still feeding data. Most were useless, streaked with interference. A few frames stood out. Armored figures, massive, striding through dust and blood. Midnight blue plate, jagged lightning bolts, skulls. Zelith stared at those images for a long heartbeat. Not pirates, he said softly. Astartes. The word tasted like old ash in his mouth. He zoomed the image, enhancing as much as the degraded feed allowed. The skull motif came into clearer focus. The lightning across the gorget. The shape of a winged helm in profile as the warrior turned. He hissed between his teeth. Night Lords! The lieutenants shifted uneasily. They had fought Monkey in every guise, from ragged feral herds to armored regiments to armored giants who bellowed sermons as they died. These were different. These were kindred in a sense that was more insult than comfort. Then we'll cleanse them, one of them said, forcing bravado. It will be a fine lesson in how true artists work compared to their crude savagery. Zelith's gaze flicked to him, cold and sharp as a blade. They have already taken one of our orbital arenas, he said. They have crippled our primary atmospheric webway anchor. They do this while we still do not know their numbers or exact vector. They are not crude. They are precise, and they have chosen their target well. He looked up, as if he could see through the scarred dome overhead to the void beyond. They are rival predators in my range, he said. That will not stand. On the bridge of the mournful covenant, Carr watched the same chaos unfold from a different angle. Status runes flickered along the holofield. Icons representing the atmospheric projector heaved and shuddered, then resolved into a broken, unstable signature. Markers for webway nodes on the surface turned from solid to flickering, then to skulls. A thin line of sigils marked the first arena station as secured. Dravik's voice came over the link, crackling faintly with residual interference. "The projector is compromised," he reported. "Their gates are misbehaving. I do not think they will risk mass transits until they understand what we have done." Carr nodded to himself. "And the station. Under our control." Resistance was satisfying. "We have repurposed their broadcast arrays. I think you will approve of the new content." A low murmur of appreciation sounded from some of the bridge crew. "How many anchors remain functional?" Carr asked. "Several," Dravik answered, "but all are affected. They can still move, but not with the same confidence. Every gate they use now carries a shadow of doubt. That will slow them as effectively as any blockade." "Good," Carr said. "Maintain pressure. Take more if you can, but remember the directive. We will not shatter this world. It must endure as a stage, not as an ash cloud." There had been voices, even among his own, that had suggested more direct measures. A virus warhead slipped into the atmosphere, a controlled cyclonic barrage to scour the hives to their foundations. Simple, brutal solutions. Carr had rejected them. "Exterminatus is for those who wish to erase," he had told his council. "We are here to inscribe." Now, as he watched the icons flicker, he felt that conviction settle deeper. The Drukhari had done much of the groundwork. He would not waste such a foundation. "Begin the projections," he ordered. "I want the Xenos to see what happens to their own under our hands. More importantly, I want the prey below to see it." Night Lord's voxcasters came alive throughout the fleet. On the captured station, in the arena galleries, ragged Drukhari survivors were dragged in chains to the places they had once occupied as spectators. There, under lumen strips now shrouded in their peers, flayed skins, they were given a taste of their own theatre turned against them. Some were nailed to pillars, others were crucified along the railings. Their deaths were not carefully calibrated masterpieces, each nerve plucked and tuned. They were blunt and efficient, limbs broken, throats opened, hearts punched out by armored fists. The recordings were edited without care for elegance, brutal cuts, abrupt shifts. One moment a Drukhari noble screaming as his helm was torn away and his eyes gouged out. The next a warrior flailing as he was kicked into a breach and tumbled into the void, his last moments laid over with masses of other voices. Those hollows were fed into the broadcast arrays. Across Khymerax, the skies changed again. In some hives, ancient picked screens that had long since ceased to function flickered into life, their surfaces crusted with grime, but still capable of showing images if power was forced through them. In others, servitor skulls drifted in the air, projectors slaved to the hijacked orbital feeds, casting images onto the sides of buildings or the undersides of broken bridges. Men looked up from their hiding holes, from their half-remembered prayers, and saw Drukhari dying. They saw the same faces that had hunted them, laughed at them, cut them down in arenas, now hanging on hooks, mouths stretched in soundless roars. They saw armor they had only ever known as invincible being torn open, organs spilling, blood floating in low gravity as the Night Lords moved among them like shadows. They also saw humans die under that same hand, caught in the indiscriminate slaughter. There was no comfort in the imagery, only a shift in the hierarchy of terror. The message was clear: you are all prey. The hunters you feared are prey as well. We are what devours hunters. In the primary arena, Zelith watched the hijacked feeds play along the upper arches. The crowd had fallen near silent. Even Drukhari, jaded by centuries of exquisitely crafted suffering, quieted when they saw their own kind killed with such ugly indifference. There was no artistry in these deaths, no subtle bending of nerves and spirit, only the statement of power. Verthrix moved to stand beside him, porcelain mask tilted slightly as he studied the projections. Crude, the homunculus said. Effective in its way. Their intent is not to savor, it is to mark. Mon-K minds are small, but they understand blunt symbols. Zelith's hands curled on the rail. He dares, he said, voice low. Some wretched son of a dead empire dares take my stations, my feeds, my world, and use them to advertise his existence. He announces himself, Verthrix agreed. It saves us the trouble of hunting his origin. His ego is doing half our work. Zelith did not answer at once. His gaze remained fixed on one segment of the feed, replaying in a loop. A Night Lord, helm in the shape of a leering skull, dragging a Drukhari warrior along a corridor by his hair before hurling him into a pit filled with other prisoners. Lightning crawled across the Astartes breastplate, stark in the lumen glow. That one, Zelith said, the lord of this pack, the way the others flow around him, the way he carries himself. There is command there. He tasted the name given by the raider prisoner before his death. Ka. He switched to his own tongue, the flowing, knife-edged language of Khymerax. The curse he spat out then was old, older than any Mon-Ki empire, refined over ages into an art of its own. I will have that one alive, he vowed. I will have his soul threaded through 1,000 bodies. I will keep him conscious long enough that his name becomes a curse, even among his own kind. 10,000 years of unending unraveling will not be enough to repay this insult. Verthrix inclined his head slightly. Ambitious, he said, but not impossible. The Mon-Ki are arrogant. They always overreach. Their primarchs did. Their armies did. Their lesser lords follow the pattern. You may yet get your wish. He turned his masked face up, as if listening to something beyond the noise of the arena. The dead sing loudly, he murmured. Your Mon-Ki, they're Drukhari hunters, all of them. They have been singing here for a long time, but now there is a new note in the chorus. Something old, something hungry. You stir a nest when you make a world scream this loudly. Zelith's eyes narrowed. Do you suggest we flee? He asked. Verthrix laughed softly, the sound dry. Never, he said. I suggest we sharpen our knives. The stage you built is no longer yours alone. There is more than one audience now, and the warp listens as well as we do. He raised one long-fingered hand, gesturing to the feeds still playing above. For the moment, he went on, the Mon-K do us a small service. They thin out some of your more wasteful rivals. They show the cattle that the universe is even crueler than they thought. It will make their terror that much more complex when we harvest it again. Zelith bared his teeth. We will take that ship, he said. We will take that lord. We will show him what it means to trespass in a true hunting ground. The arena roared again as more Night Lords' imagery flickered across the archways. Their presence now undeniable, their challenge written in blood and lightning across the skies of Khymerax. The webway gate had been cracked open long before the Night Lords found it. It squatted in the bowels of a ruined hive spire, deep below the strata where men once lived and died for quotas and tithes. Down here, beneath the manufactoria vaults and transit lines, the air was wet and cold, heavy with the taste of rust and old chemicals. Pools of stagnant water shivered under the regular tremors of distant bombardments. Fungal growths clung to the walls, pale and corpse-like, feeding on seepage, from pipes that had not seen maintenance since the Imperium's retreat. In a chamber that had once been an engine nexus, the gate pulsed. It was not a door in any mortal sense. It was a rent in reality, anchored in place by a crescent of wraithbone pylons sunk into the cracked rockcrete. The substance of those pylons was smooth and alien, grown rather than forged, humming with half-heard song. Between them, on what should have been empty air, angles twisted. Light bent the wrong way. Looking at it too closely felt like pressing your eyes against shattered glass. The Drukhari had used this gate to bring beasts and slavers up from their hidden paths. They had carved long corridors around it, lined with hooks and chains and holding cells, turning the surrounding vaults into a processing point for whatever spilled through. When the Night Lords first came upon it, the place had been full of those signs. Broken cages, spent toxin canisters, the odd boot, still with part of its last, wearer inside. Now it was full of other things. Tech adepts of the 8th Legion moved among the wraithbone pylons, their robed forms hunched and bristling with augmetic limbs. Some wore the vestigial red of a once loyal Mechanicus, tattered and overpainted with midnight and lightning motifs. Others had never bowed to Mars in their lives, their robes stitched from flayed skin and their mechadendrites tipped with hooked blades instead of cog-toothed purity seals. They had dragged in generators from the upper levels, old Imperial units patched together with Drukhari power coils and whatever else would run. Cables snaked across the floor in tangled bundles, sparking where insulation had failed. Machine spirits, long starved of proper litanies, growled and whined as their handlers goaded them into obedience with curses and electric prods. At the edge of the chamber, watching, stood a sorcerer. His armor matched that of his brothers in color and general shape, but where theirs bore trophies and scars, his was adorned with runes burned into the ceramite, their lines inlaid with dull, reddish metal. The air around him felt thicker, as though dust motes were reluctant to drift too near. His helm was off, clipped to his belt. His face bore the same gene-sculpted symmetry as any son of a Primarch, marred by the fine lattice of old lightning scars. His eyes glowed faintly from within, the lambent shine of someone who had looked into the warp and learned to look back. The gate pulsed again. Unseen forces pressed against it from the other side, testing the chains the Drukhari had left, feeling for weakness. At each pulse, the wraithbones sang, emitting a thin, high note that set the teeth on edge. "Stabilizer there!" one of the tech adepts rasped through a vox grill that had long since lost any warmth of flesh. His mechadendrites pointed to a cracked support strut where Imperial metal had been fused to alien matter in a half-melted joint. If it goes, collapse. If it holds, a narrower throat. We can work with a throat. The Xenos grew this thing to serve their paths. Another muttered, tapping a wraithbone pylon with the tip of a sparking prod and flinching as it hummed in response. "It will not enjoy being chained to our machines. Machines do not enjoy or refuse," the first answered, offended. "They obey or they fail, that is all." The sorcerer snorted softly. "Tell yourself that," he said. His voice was a dry scrape, like stone dragged on stone. "All spirits writhe under chains. You of all people should know." One of the adepts spat a string of binary curses. "We are not binding for worship," he said. "This is not some shrine. We are building a choke point, a noose in the dark. There is no room for your theatrics here, Spellman." "What you call theatrics," the sorcerer replied, "is simply another set of tools. You coax machine spirits with words and sparks. I coax more dangerous things with other words. Both answer if handled correctly." He stepped closer to the gate, feeling its attention turn toward him. It tasted his mind with cold, curious fingers, then recoiled slightly as it found old scars there, traces of other dealings with the not real. "We will chain it," he said quietly, "more to the gate than to the adepts. We will make a wound in your smooth little paths and force you to bleed through it in ways that do not suit you." He raised his staff, its head a cluster of jagged fused metals and bone fragments. Arcane sigils burned to life along its length, flaring in patterns that matched in twisted fashion the activation runes the Drukhari had once used on their own control pedestals. At his gesture, the adepts activated their generators. Power surged through the cables, making them twitch and writhe. The improvised control bank in the corner of the chamber flickered, its runes shifting from red to amber as circuits completed. Old Imperial. Logic engines, half rusted, whined back to a semblance of life. their cogitator cores grinding through unfamiliar commands. Drukhari artifact controls, ripped from their original housings and bolted to metal frames, began to glow, their alien icons burning a cold blue. The gate shrieked. Light flared between the pylons, not in a steady opening but in ragged bursts, like a wound being forced wider. The edges of reality around it rippled, showing glimpses of something beyond. A corridor that was not a corridor, its geometry wrong, its surfaces both smooth and edged. Shadows moving within it that had no consistent shape. Chains of icon-coded data shot out from the control bank, invisible to the naked eye, but very real to the spirits involved. Some coiled around the gate, anchoring certain fluctuations, restricting others. Some reached deeper, into the shifting half-space beyond, seeking paths to loop and tangle. The sorcerer spoke words that had never been meant for human tongues. The adepts chanted Binharic litanies in counterpoint, their voices cold and sharp. Piece by piece, they turned the intact but damaged Drukhari door into something else. Not a clean aperture, not a clear thoroughfare, but a narrow, jagged passage surrounded by barbed wire, a place where any who walked might be sliced. Crude, the sorcerer murmured at last, as the Wraithbone's shrieks subsided to a low, resentful hum. Sweat stood out on his forehead despite his gene-forged resilience. But it will hold if we do not ask too much of it at once. Crude is fine, one of the adepts said. Crude is ours. We do not need elegance. We need leverage. The sorcerer smiled, thin. We have it, he said. Now let us see what crawls into our web. On the surface, Khymerax bled, and men learned what it meant to trade one set of masters for another. Merrick stood in a line with other mortals on the cracked plaza of a mid-level Hab district. The wind up here was bitter, cutting through his borrowed flak coat as if the thin armor were not there at all. The coat hung badly on his frame, clearly designed for someone shorter and broader. A crude lightning bolt had been daubed on its chest in still tacky blue. The same mark had been smeared across the helmets of the men around him, some with a care that suggested belief, others with the lazy haste of those for whom paint was only another order. Ahead, at the far end of the plaza, a makeshift throne had been dragged into position. It was not Drukhari work. They would never have allowed something so clumsy. It was a stack of plasteel crates and wrecked cogitator housings, draped with bits of scavenged cloth and banners bearing a crude personal sigil. Upon it sat a man swaddled in armor that had never been meant to belong together, a patchwork of flak plates, scraps of old carapace, and at least one shoulder guard that had once belonged to an imperial officer. He wore a crown built from a snapped, rebreather mask, its tubes hanging loose, useless but impressive. A battered las pistol weighed down his right hand, resting on the arm of his seat. A chain blade of obvious Xenos make leaned against the throne, its teeth dulled through much misuse. At his feet knelt a handful of men in similar patchwork gear, weapons stacked before them, as if by surrender. Around the plaza, more of his followers stood in clumps, some visibly afraid, others clinging to anger as a shield. You will tell them, the man on the throne had said earlier, when he had first demanded parley. You will tell your new masters that Khymerax already has a king. I took this hive when the Xenos grew bored of it. I keep it in order. I know its ways. If they want it, they pay. If they want to keep their pet herds alive, they will need someone like me. Night Lords had listened. Then they had told him to come to the plaza, with his men, to discuss terms in the sight of the people. Now the new masters were here. They had arrived without ceremony. One moment the plaza had been full only of humans. The next, a thunderclap of descending jump engines had scattered dust across the cracked ground, and black-armored giants stood between the makeshift king and his subjects. Sergeant Dravik was among them, his jump pack still steaming from the transit. His helm was off, clipped to his belt. His face bore the usual marks, the pale hair shaved close to the skull, the skin crosshatched with lightning scars that had never quite healed. His eyes were dark and amused in a way that made Merrick's stomach twist. He regarded the throne man with the mild curiosity of a predator examining a particularly noisy prey animal. "You styled yourself king," Dravik said. The man on the throne drew himself up. His throat bobbed once, but he forced his voice steady. "Someone had to command," he said. "The Xenos left this hive half broken. Raiders, gangs, beasts. I united them. I made walls, watches, rules. I kept at least some of the people alive. Without me, this whole spire would have fallen into the ash with the rest." Dravik nodded, as if impressed. "You kept order," he said. "You raised banners. You made yourself more terrifying than the other vermin, so they clung to you as the lesser terror." "Yes," the man said. Some of the tension eased from his shoulders. "Yes, and I can do the same for you. Your legion wants this world? Fine. You need men who know its bones. I know every tunnel in this hive. I can enforce your laws. I can be your hand here. Let the people see that their old king bows to you, and they will bow as well." Dravik's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "You mistake us for conquerors," he said. "We are not here to wear crowns. We are here to remind this world what fear is for." He stepped aside. From the rear rank of the Night Lords, Lord Vorin's car walked forward. The mortals had seen him before, at a distance, on walkways and in shadowed command spaces. Standing here in the open air, with only a few strides between him and the makeshift king, he seemed larger somehow. His presence filled the plaza as surely as any fortification. He did not draw a weapon. "You made yourself their master," Carr said. His voice was steady, unhurried. "You learned the lesson of this age, that to live, you must become the thing others fear more. For that, I commend you." The Patchwork King swallowed. "Then you see my worth," he said. "You see that I can serve." Carr nodded. "I see," he said. "You have value." Hope flickered in the man's eyes. "You have value as a warning." He moved with the speed of an Astartes who had long ago learned to make violence seem effortless. One hand closed around the man's throat, lifting him from the throne with insulting ease. The las pistol clattered from his grasp. His legs kicked at empty air. The plaza erupted in noise. His followers shouted, some raising weapons, only to find themselves staring down the muzzles of bolters and the baleful glow of helm lenses. None fired. They wanted to live more than they wanted to save their leader. Carr carried the choking man to the edge of the plaza, toward the facade of a nearby hab block. Hooks had already been driven into the stone there, metal spikes hammered through cracked aquila reliefs. Chains hung from them, waiting. "We are not the Drukhari," Carr said, loud enough for the gathered mortals to hear. "We do not rule by neglect and whim. We do not vanish for cycles and then descend in a wave of blades. We are here and we will remain. You will learn our laws or you will decorate our walls." He slammed the man against the stone, driving him onto the hooks. Blood smeared the cracked imperial symbol. Assistants stepped in, not Astartes but armored serfs, their hands steady as they flayed strips of skin from the man's chest and arms, working with practiced speed. The screams that followed rolled out over the plaza, echoing off the damaged hab fronts. Merrick watched, jaw clenched, as the would-be king was stripped of all that had made him impressive. Without his throne, without his armor, without his cobbled-together finery, he was only a bleeding man on a wall, no more immune to pain than any of the others. The Night Lords made sure everyone saw. When it was done, Carr turned back to the gathered populace. "This hive is ours," he said. "You are ours. The Drukhari used you as meat and theatre. We use you as example and resource. You will feed our war with your hands, with your lives, with your fear. Remember this." Merrick believed him. Later he would join a column of those same mortals, marched under lightning-marked banners, rifles pressed into their hands, taught to chant the names of their new masters as they marched. For now he stood and watched as the old order was peeled from the stone. Far away from that plaza, Dravik and his Killclaw stepped into the chained webway gate. The chamber around it hummed with stress. The improvised controls creaked. The wraithbone pylons shivered. The sorcerer's litany wove through the mechanized chant of the tech adepts as they forced the gate open a fraction wider. The path beyond yawned, a slit of wrongness. "Feel that?" Dravik voxed to his claw. "That is the sound of Xenos discomfort. Remember it." Then he stepped through. Transition was never comfortable, even for an Astartes whose body had been forged to withstand horrors that would turn a mortal to slurry. The passage through the webway felt like being dragged sideways across broken glass. Time stretched and compressed. A heartbeat became a lifetime, then snapped back to a heartbeat again. Colors he could not name smeared across his vision. Then he was elsewhere. The Drukhari way station greeted him with silence. It was not large. A junction node, a resting place between longer paths. Its walls were grown from the same smooth, pale substance as the pylons on Khymerax. But here it flowed in elegant curves, unblemished by crude metal. Lamps of imprisoned light shed a cold glow over rows of stacked slave coffins, their transparent lids fogged by slow breaths. Pain engines lurked in alcoves, their limbs folded like praying mantises at rest, their bound victims suspended within. For a moment, nothing moved. The station's mind had not yet realized the wrongness of the intrusion. Then alarms screamed. Dravik laughed and surged forward, jump pack flaring in the confined space. His claw fanned out with him, boots slamming onto gantries, maglocks holding them fast as low gravity tugged. Drukhari guards spilled from side corridors, scrambling to respond, their reflexes blindingly fast by human standards. Too slow. Bolt shells tore into them, turning elegant armor into shredded scrap. A warrior leapt, blades whirling, only to be caught mid-flight by a hooked gauntlet and hammered into the ceiling hard enough to crack it. Chain blades bit into wraithbone supports, sending shivers through the station. Pain engines woke, their bound souls shrieking as they interpreted the intrusion as stimuli, flailing blindly. A servitor, half human, half machine, tried to trigger a fail-safe rune, only to lose his arm to a bolt as Dravik blew the control panel apart. "Secondary exits," he snapped. "None that we can find," one of his claw answered. "This is a dead end in their pattern, a place to store, not a place to flee through." "Good," Dravik said. "Then everything in here belongs to us." They killed the garrison. They smashed the pain engines. They tore open coffins, and if they found anything useful inside, dragged it toward the chained gate. Some of the slaves were too far gone to be of use. Some tried to fight and died for the attempt. A few stared at the armored giants in confusion and terror, not yet understanding that the shape of their nightmare had changed. Dravik felt the echo of what they did ripple outward. It was not a real sound, not one that sane ears could hear. It was a distortion in the thin skin between realities, a vibration in a vast, poisonous web whose threads ran everywhere the Drukhari used their hidden paths. Somewhere far away, in the heart of their dark city, someone of sufficient attunement would feel it. A scratch in a corridor that had been smooth. A new scent in a tunnel long claimed. Khymerax would notice. On Khymerax, Zelith had already acted. He held his war council in a hall that had once been an administratum archive. The shelves were still there, towering stacks of plasteel and rusted metal that had once held data slates and ink scrolls. Now they held flensed skins, dried and stretched, inscribed with new records. The floor was a mosaic of cracked marble and inlaid bone. Verthric stood at his side, robe trailing, mask impassive. Around them, Cabal lieutenants and allied, Archons filled the hall's length, their personal colors and armor styles blazing. Some draped themselves on bone thrones dragged from other conquered worlds. Others stood, leaning on weapons, their manner bored or wary or hungry. Hollow projections floated above the central dais, showing stylized representations of Khymerax, the orbital paths, and the positions of known Night Lord's incursions. Zelith's scorn bled through every gesture he made as he indicated each intrusion. "They have taken stations," he said. "They have choked some of our paths. They have butchered our lesser kin and used their deaths as primitive advertisements. They believe this enough to make this world theirs." Soft laughter rippled through the gathered Archons. None of it reached Zelith's eyes. "Khymerax is not some wayward pleasure boat," he went on. "It is a crafted instrument. It has been tuned over time, its fear curves measured, its populations balanced. Its arenas feed not only my cabal, but others. The yield sustains us. I will not see that investment thrown away because some wayward gang of Mon Ki corpse children has decided to preen." An Archon in bone-white armor inclined his head. "Then we answer," he said. "We bring more blades, more wings, overwhelm them. Their numbers are finite." "There is risk," another said, gauntleted fingers drumming on the arm of his seat. "They have already fouled some of our gates. The webway is not a path to be used carelessly. Flooding into a contested conduit could strand us, or worse." Verthrix chuckled, the sound like knives scraped together. "Fear from you," he said. "How novel." He shifted, turning his mask towards Zelith. "Use them," he said simply. "If these Mon Ki wish to stage a performance here, make them part of the spectacle. They pride themselves on their terror. They paint their armor with their fear symbols. They think themselves agents of dread. Put them in cages. Show them what artistry is." Zelith's smile was thin and sharp. "I intend to," he said. "We will not abandon Khymerax. We will not cede it. We will answer their insolence with a counter-raid that will make even the lowest scum in Khymera whisper." He gestured, and the hollow shifted to show stylized Drukhari vessels, their numbers swelling. "Send word through the paths," he commanded, "to our allied cabals, to those who feed from our tables. Khymerax is under challenge. Any who care for its yield, for their own share of its pain, will bring ships. This will be more than a punitive strike. This will be war." Verthrix bowed his head in mockery of reverence. "If you wish," he said, "I can provide something special. Constructs designed not for cattle, but for apex prey." He spread his hands, and hollow images of his own designs flickered into being. Multi-limbed monstrosities, grafted from captured Astartes' torsos and human limbs, their spines reinforced with wraithbone, their senses tuned to the specific biosignatures of transhuman physiology. Swarms of chimerae, linked by nerve leashes, moving as one under a common impulse, each beast sharing the other's senses. "They hunt by smell," he said, "by the taste of engineered gene seed, by the trace of their abnormal reactions, by the subtle distortions in the warp around them. Your Mon Ki giants think themselves hard to kill. Let them learn that there are things in the dark that consider their hardness a challenge." Zelith watched the designs, eyes narrowing. "Release them," he said, "not all at once. Sprinkle them. Let the Night Lords think they have the measure of our beasts, then show them something that bites back harder." "Gladly," Verthrix purred. In the void above, the mournful Covenant and her sister ships expanded their own theatre. They did not saturate Khymerax with apocalyptic fire. Their macro-cannons spoke, but they did so with aim. They selected hives that had not yet seen the Night Lords up close, places where the Drukhari's dominion had been more distant, expressed in occasional raids and overseer visits rather than constant presence. That changed. Shells fell, not in exterminating barrages, but in patterns. Some collapsed spire tips, sending them shearing away into the clouds. Some punched craters into the outskirts, cracking open hidden Drukhari pens, and letting whatever was inside spill out into the open. Many carried more than simple explosives. Their cores were packed with scrap code, bundles of cursed logic and corrupted machine prayers. When those shells struck, they released their payloads as data storms. Ancient Vox systems, once imperial, then tuned to Drukhari purposes, now bloomed to hideous life. Loudspeakers that had not worked in generations crackled. Picked slates flickered on. Emergency sirens howled. Everywhere, the same content poured through. Recorded screams, the weaponized hymn of dying loyalists. New recordings of Drukhari butchery and Night Lord counter-butchery. Threats spoken in low Gothic and accented high, promising torments and punishments for every disobedience. Litanies of the 8th Legion's creed, insisting that fear was the only law. Messages repeated, looped, wove together in nauseating layers. In some hab blocks, men awoke from fitful sleep to find their walls speaking to them, whispering about lightning falling from the sky. In sump levels, broken vox units that had once only sputtered static now played back the sounds of far-off battles in endless rotation. In Manufactoria ruins, the shattered remnants of cogitator banks displayed distorted images of skull-faced giants walking through blood. Despair, already a familiar resident in Khymerax's bones, gained a new edge. In the Strategium, Khar watched the effects with a satisfaction he did not bother to hide. Dravik stood beside him, helmet hooked to his belt, jaw set. "You are building a kingdom," Dravik said. "One of screams and shadows, but a kingdom nonetheless." "A realm," Khar corrected mildly. "Kingdom implies legitimacy. I have no interest in such things. I am claiming what others have discarded. I am making a place where our name will never be forgotten." "The Lord of the Eighth never wanted thrones," Dravik said. "He wanted heads on spikes outside other men's thrones. We were made as executioners, not as wardens. We were meant to move, to strike, to leave only fear behind and vanish. Caging ourselves on a world, even one so fitting, feels like stagnation." Khar's gaze did not leave the shifting icons of Khymerax. "Our gene sire is dead," he said quietly. "The Imperium that made us into its monsters is a shambling corpse. We can cling to old dicta, playing at being what we were when there were still orders to obey, or we can adapt. Fear that comes and goes is terror. Fear that never lifts, that is woven into the soil, becomes something else. It becomes legend." Dravik's fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the display. "Legends grow fat and slow," he said. "They sit in their lairs and wait for challengers. You mean to make Khymerax that lair?" "I mean to make it a beacon," Khar said. "A place whose very name is a hissed warning. The night must have a home. Hunters may range, but they return somewhere. Our brothers who roam aimless will die in someone else's wars. I will give them a world to dream of when they sleep, wherever they sleep. And when that beacon draws something bigger," Dravik asked. "When some craft world or crusade task force or rival legion decides that our little stage offends them. When the Drukhari stop playing at raids and commit something worse." Khar's smile was small and humorless. "Then we fight," he said. "And we die, perhaps. But we do so in a place we chose, on ground we prepared, under skies painted with our marks. Better that than fading in anonymity." He looked at Dravik then, letting some of the iron in his gaze show. "If you wish to keep roaming like a hunting dog without a den, do so," he said. "Go, take a ship, take those who agree with you, vanish into the dark. I will not chain you here, but you know as well as I do that the dark grows thinner every decade. There are fewer places to go where our sins have not preceded us." Dravik's jaw worked once. "I will fight," he said at last. "Here, for now." "For now is all that any of us have," Khar replied. In the chained gate chamber, the webway groaned. Drukhari forces were pushing back. They had found the anomalies in their paths. They had traced at least some of them to this gate. This ugly splice of wraithbone and human metal thrumming in the hive's veins. They did not know exactly what had been done, but they had recognized interference. Pressure built on the far side. The gate shuddered, its light strobing. Wraithbone pylons wept fine cracks. The improvised controls spat sparks as numbers climbed to limits that meant little to anyone sane. The tech adepts worked furiously to reinforce the chains they had thrown. Code sigils flashed along the cables, trying to adjust, trying to compensate. The sorcerer added his own weight, chanting counter-phrases, weaving his will into the machinery. It became a tug-of-war across the skin of reality. When the Drukhari pushed hard, the gate yawned dangerously wide, threatening to engulf the chamber. When the Night Lords pulled, it narrowed to a painful slit that howled like a wounded thing. In that back and forth, things slipped. A beast made of blades and eyes, something that had never been meant to leave its own kennel, flickered half through and half back. It vanished screaming in 2 directions at once. A chunk of Khymerax's rockcrete vanished, leaving a hole in the chamber floor that showed stars where there should only have been soil. For a heartbeat, a corridor of the webway overlaid the room, angles clashing with straight lines then snapped away, taking with it one unfortunate tech thrall who had been standing in the wrong place. Horrors bled out at both ends of the contested paths. On Khymerax, that meant sudden eruptions of wrongness in already wrong places. In Khymerax, that meant flare-ups in quiet corners, distortions that made even the hardened denizens pause. The world was becoming a wound. Merrick ran messages through the veins of that wounded world. His promotion to runner had not been a reward. It was simply the closest thing the Night Lords had to recognizing his old skills. He had spent his life navigating hives, slipping through gaps others could not. Now he did it in a different uniform, with someone else's sigil on his chest. He darted through the tunnels of a forward command bunker, a carved-out knot of corridors and chambers inside a half-collapsed manufactorum. The once great machinery was now silent, its bulk serving as cover and foundation for Vox stations, ammunition stockpiles, and planning rooms. He carried a data slate with orders encoded in crude but effective ciphers. He also carried words in his ears, phrases half heard as he paused at doorways, as he waited in antechambers for the towering forms of Astartes to finish with their own business. He heard talk of gates strained to breaking, of Drukhari fleet movements, of casualties among the mortal auxiliaries that were considered acceptable losses in the greater calculus. In one chamber, he stopped short, almost colliding with a servitor dragging a crate of devices. They were collars, simple metal bands lined with tiny charge packs and needle-thin spikes. Some bore small Vox transceivers wired into their inner rims. Others had more elaborate housings, with tiny rune slates inset. A tech priest oversaw their sorting, turning each one over in his mechadendrites, checking seals. These will go to the city nest. In the Western Hive, the priest said to the Night Lord standing with him, we will fit them to selected groups, those with influence. Those others follow. Trigger codes will be spread among the sergeants. If the Drukhari retake those streets, they inherit a population seeded with eyes and bombs. The Astartes nodded. Salt the earth, he said. Good. We do not want this world to ever be easy to own again, for anyone but us. Merrick slipped past, throat dry. He thought of the people from his old blocks, the ones who had not been dragged into arenas or slave coffins, the ones who had hidden as he had hidden. He imagined collars tightening around their necks, the knowledge that a word uttered in a distant bunker could detonate them. It was a different kind of leash to the Drukharis, but a leash all the same. He wanted to tell himself that at least now their pain would hurt the right people. That if they exploded while under Drukhari eyes, some Xenos would die as, well. The thought did not comfort him as much as it should. Above all of this, the skies darkened again. The Drukhari counter-incursion did not come as a stealthy strike. It came as a screaming wound torn in the heavens above Khymerax's greatest arena hive. The sky there, already scarred from hololithic failures and shield flares, split. It began as a line of unnatural light high above the spire tips. Space folded inward along that line, twisting, flaring. Shadows bled from it, spreading like ink in water. Then the line widened, becoming a jagged tear, Through it flowed vessels. Sleek prows, blade-edged, punch-through first, followed by long barbed hulls studded with gun ports and cruciform spars. Razor wings and Void Raven bombers swooped out in tight formation, their engines screaming with a sound that clawed at nerves. Behind them came raiders and ravagers in their hundreds, and behind those, larger constructs whose forms were half ship, half fortress. The light around the tear bled into colours no natural sky should hold. Sickly violets, lurid greens. Black that was not the colour of absence, but of something actively consuming what little light reached it. Siren engines howled. The sound rolled down over the hive like a physical force, making windows shiver and dust leap from ledges. Men fell to their knees, hands over their ears, eyes squeezed shut. Others looked up in awe, seeing for the second time in their lives, or the first, the arrival of a storm that would not simply pass by. Night Lords on the ground looked up as well. On battlements carved into the sides of captured spires, on the hulls of landed craft, on the ruined streets where they walked among their new subjects. They saw the wave of Drukhari craft pouring out of the wound in the sky. Lightning flickered faintly across their armor, reflecting the glow above. Dravik grinned. "Now," he said softly, almost to himself. "Now it feels like a proper hunt." Carr watched from the bridge of the mournful covenant, his eyes narrowed, his hands resting lightly on the rail. The predators of Khymerax had committed. They came in their thousands, drawn by the insult, by the threat to their yield, by the simple hunger for a worthy fight. The stage was set. Khymerax, already a scar, tore wider. The contest would not be between hunter and herd now. It would be between predators, each too proud to back down, each ready to make the world scream in ways it had never imagined before. The sky over Khymerax had become a killing lattice. From the upper reaches of the atmosphere down to the haze that sat heavy over the hive spires, there was almost no space where something was not flying, burning, or dying. Splinter rounds stitched invisible paths between vessels, leaving only shimmering trails where their toxins vaporized. Dark lance beams carved straight lines of annihilation through the murk, cutting ships in half, punching molten tunnels through hab towers and the ground beneath. Flak bloomed in overlapping spheres, bursts of shrapnel and burning fragments that turned whole volumes of air into places no living thing could cross twice. Drukhari raiding wings screamed through that chaos, sleek razor-wing fighters and void ravens knifing between larger hulls. Their hulls were blades and barbs, designed to move, to slash, to never present the same angle to the enemy for more than a heartbeat. Raiders and ravagers followed in their wake, larger but no less cruel, their prows studded with hooks and cruciform spars that still carried howling trophies despite the battle. Night Lord's interceptors rose to meet them. The 8th Legion's craft were brutal things, all jagged lines and blunt aggression. Thunderhawk gunships and smaller void-capable fighters clawed their way up from the surface, engines blazing. Their wings bore lightning motifs in cracked cobalt, their prows fashioned into leering skulls. They did not dance as the Drukhari did. They forced collisions, drove enemy craft into crowded airspace, trusted in armor and ferocity where their foes relied on impossible agility. In the space of a few breaths, hundreds of vessels died. In the space of a few more, hundreds more took their place. Below that roiling sky, the hives burned. Spire tips toppled into the smoke beneath, shearing away in slow motion as their structural supports finally failed, under the combined punishment of bombardment and neglect. Whole districts collapsed into themselves, sending geysers of dust and debris upward. On the ground, mortal regiments and cobbled-together bands of survivors fought and died in numbers too great for any sane mind to track, their lives forgotten even before their bodies cooled. In the midst of it, Zelith drove his spear. His Ravager skimmed at the head of the formation, its hull a dark knife in the broken light. Dark lances slung along its flanks spat spears of void-black energy into the air above and the structures below, burning holes through anything that stood in the way. Razorwing jets screamed around it in a loose escort, their wings reconfiguring with every turn, shedding mines and blade fields behind them like toxic petals. The Night Lords had claimed this hive as one of their primary footholds. Lightning symbols had been carved into its upper faces. An arena complex that once fed the Drukhari's thirst had been crudely repurposed into a fortress, its walls reworked with heavy guns and killing lines. Zelith would not tolerate that stain. He stood at the prow of the Ravager, the wind of their passage whipping at the tassels and flayed strips that hung from his armor. Below his feet, the hull vibrated with the throbbing pulse of the engines and the recoil of the lance batteries. The helmsman interpreted his smallest gestures as course corrections. There was no need for words. "Bring me to their heart," Zelith said, voice steady over the roar. "I will drag their lord from his fortress by his throat and hang him from his own sigil." Behind him, his incubi stood in a silent, black-armored line. They were tall even by Drukhari standards, encased from head to foot in heavy barbed plate. Their helmets were expressionless, adorned only with blade-like crests. Claves rested in their gauntleted hands, long-hafted weapons whose power fields hummed with hungry restraint. They did not speak. Their contempt was in their posture, in the way they regarded the world as something already dead and waiting to be cut into proper pieces. The Ravager plunged. Night Lords' flak emplacements on the outer towers spat fire, their gunners tracking the incoming formation. The sky around Zelith's spearhead filled with bursting shells. A razor wing took a direct hit, its starboard wing shredded, its hull spinning away, trailing vapor and burning shards. A raider behind veered too late, clipping the falling wreck and cartwheeling into a tower, shearing off balconies and statues in an avalanche of stone and screaming metal. Zelith's vessel did not slow. Void shields around the Night Lord's central bastion flared as dark lancefire raked them. Luminous barriers flashed, refracting the beams into cascades of color. Zelith watched the readouts in his helm with detached focus, felt the subtle shift as the shield's integrity dipped. "Again," he said. His lance batteries fired in near unison. Beams converged on a single point, pressing into the same patch of shimmering air. The shield there shrieked, then shattered, the failure cascading outward. A hole tore in the bastion's protective veil, edges flickering. Zelith leapt. Gravity caught him for an instant, dragging at his limbs, then his grav veins flared, adjusting his descent. He fell like a spear into the heart of the Night Lord's hive. They had mortal defenders on their walls, men in battered flak, lightning sigils crude on their shoulders, lasrifles and autoguns in shaking hands. They had stood against Drukhari raids before, firing into the dark in the hope of slowing the raiders' advance. Now they faced the Archon's personal guard. The first volley of splinter fire cut into them like a scythe. Zelith hit the parapet among the falling bodies, Clave already in motion. It was not one of the incubi weapons. He favored a personalized blade, slender and curved, its edge a thin line of layered venom fields. A mortal officer lunged, bayonet extended. Zelith turned, let the thrust pass, and opened the man from hip to shoulder in a single, economical stroke. His incubi landed beside him, impacts cracking the stone under their armored boots. They advanced as a wedge, Claves carving arcs that left broken limbs and split torsos in their wake. Night Lord serfs, armored in scavenged plate and bearing chain blades or heavy stubbers, tried to form a counterline. They died quickly, their courage and brutality meaningless against warriors honed for centuries in the arenas of Khymerax. "Push inward," Zelith said, moving toward the inner gates. "Find their lord. He will be where the lines converge. Their kind always are." On the upper levels of the same hive, Dravik hunted. His raptors clung to the broken teeth of a shattered spire, maglocks anchoring them to twisted girders and jutting stone. Below, the streets had become canyons filled with moving metal, Drukhari skimmers and Night Lord's troop transports weaving through falling debris. Above, the sky seethed with craft. At this altitude, between roof and cloud, reavers were most common. The jet bikes shrieked past in packs, engines howling, blades along their flanks, leaving shimmering wakes in the air. Their riders leaned into turns with a dancer's grace, bodies low, weapons outstretched, slicing at anything within reach. Dravik watched their patterns. "On my mark," he voxed. "Pick a target and do not miss. I am not scraping anyone's armor out of a crater because he lost his grip." Amusement crackled back from his claw. They lived for this. He waited until a squadron of reavers banked in toward the spire, curving around its shattered crown on their way to some target beyond. Then he kicked free. His jump pack roared, jets flaring in a burst that sent his armor hard into his spine. The spire fell away behind him. For a heartbeat, he hung in the space between paths, the reavers below, the broken sky above. Then he angled his descent and dropped into the midst of the squadron. He hit the lead rider's shoulder first. The impact smashed the Drukhari sideways off his saddle. The bike slewed, engines screaming as it spiraled out of control. Dravik rode it for a breath, one boot planted on its frame, then kicked away, letting it smash into a nearby hab wall in a cloud of fire and shrapnel. His claw hit their own targets, descending from their perches like hunting birds. Some simply landed on the backs of the jet bikes, cracking spines under their boots and wrenching control vanes to send the craft crashing into each other. Others clamped onto the sides of the machines, dragging their riders free and hurling them into the air. The sky became a tangle of bodies and wrecks. Dravik grabbed a reaver by the throat as they flashed past each other, momentum wrenching the rider out of his saddle. For a moment, they spun together, weightless, the world turning around them. Dravik twisted, using the spin, and drove the Drukhari down onto a jutting ferrocrete spar. The rider hit the spike and stayed there. Dravik flicked gore from his gauntlet and looked up for the next target. "Keep them between us and the ground," he voxed. "Use them as shields until they are dead, then use the wrecks." His laughter mingled with the shriek of engines and the crack of weapons, predators meeting predators in a sky that offered no sanctuary to anyone too slow or too cautious. Elsewhere in the hive, something heavier moved. Verthrix's gifts came stomping into the Night Lord's kill zones with a clatter of ceramite and the wet slap of flesh. They were tall as dreadnoughts, some taller, their silhouettes obscene. Ceramite plating, stolen from captured Astartes' armor, had been reshaped, bent, fused with wraithbone and strips of taloned bone. Under and between the plates, flesh pulsed. Muscles twitched, some clearly human, others from beasts that had no names in any human tongue. Faces, half submerged in the mass, stared blindly, mouths working in soundless agony. They walked on too many legs, some mechanical, some grown. Their hands were clusters of hooked blades or heavy crushing claws. Along their spines, tubing pulsed, carrying chemical cocktails and stolen vitae. They were aimed. In whatever passed for their minds, something had been tuned to a particular taste, the scent of gene seed, the electromagnetic signature of power armor, the subtle warp pressure of transhuman souls. They turned toward Night Lords, positions with idiot purpose, ignoring mortal gunfire as they advanced. The first stepped into a crossfire of crack missiles and meltagun bursts. Explosions hammered into its side, tearing away chunks of plating, blowing off limbs. It staggered, ichor and smoke pouring from the wounds. Then it straightened and kept walking, dragging a useless arm behind it, the stumps of shattered legs knitting themselves together with strings of meat. "More!" the Night Lord sergeant in that sector snarled. "Aim for joints. Tear them apart." They adjusted. Missiles hammered into knee joints, into elbows, into the points where too many spines met. Battery after battery focused on single targets, turning each into a collapsing edifice of meat and metal. It worked, eventually, but it took effort, ammunition, and time. Time in which other constructs closed, bodies absorbing fire to protect the ones behind. A Night Lord trooper was seized in a massive claw and lifted from the ground, armor groaning. The construct's other limbs drove into him, probing for weak spots, trying to tear at the life inside the shell. A melter blast at point-blank range reduced its head and upper torso to a roiling cloud of gas and liquefied matter. The limbs danced in the air for a moment, still moving, before collapsing in a rain. Verthrix watched such scenes through relayed feeds and smiled behind his mask. "They learn," he murmured. "They adapt. This is good. Artistry requires a worthy audience." On the ground, in the shadow of all of this, Merrick led his own small war. He had a platoon, if the Night Lord's terminology could be trusted. 30 or 40 men, give or take whoever had died since the last count. Pressed hive scum, survivors of Drukhari hunts, former slaves who had been handed rifles and told that they now belonged to the 8th. They held a junction where 3 streets met, if anything could be said to be held in a battle like this. Rubble formed there, barricades, chunks of collapsed hab and twisted rebar. They had set up firing lines, picked kill zones, even emplaced a stolen heavy stubber that shook on its mount with every burst. Splinter rounds hissed through the air, shards embedding in stone and flesh alike. The toxins did their work, turning any hit, however glancing, into a potential death sentence. Bolter fire answered, shells tearing chunks from walls and bodies, indiscriminately. Merrick leaned around a broken column, loosed a burst from his lasraful at a shadow he thought was a Drukhari, saw it fall. Someone beside him screamed as a splinter round punched through his shoulder. He fell, writhing, hand clawing at the wound as black lines traced out from it under his skin. "Leave him!" Merrick shouted. "Keep firing." He did not have the luxury of triage. Anyone hit badly enough to go down was as good as dead. They would scream and convulse and perhaps get back up again long enough to draw more fire. That was all. A figure in shadow blue armor moved through the street behind his position, firing as he went. The bolts tore into a group of shapes huddled in the doorway opposite, blowing them apart. Merrick saw the flashes of lightning on the pauldrons and flinched. He had thought, for an instant, that the Astartes was targeting Drukhari in some alleyway he could not see. Then he recognized the victims. They had been his. Men from his own platoon who had fallen back from the front line without orders, trying to find cover. They died as quickly and efficiently as any Xenos. The Night Lord did not even look at them as he passed. He was firing on the move, turns of his wrist precise, every shell placed to maximize the chance of someone else seeing how little their allegiance mattered. Under the scream of weapons and the roar of falling masonry, Merrick understood. This was not an accident, not crossfire. The Astartes were not trying and failing to avoid hitting their own mortal auxiliaries. They did not care. More than that, they preferred the muddle of mixed targets. Terror fed better on uncertainty. The Drukhari had always treated humans as cattle, as toys. The Night Lords treated them as tools and witnesses. Both roles ended badly. He shouted orders anyway. He kept his men firing, kept them in line. A weapon in motion was less likely to be deemed useless and discarded. For now, that was survival. High above, within the half-secured arena hive that had started this particular storm, Carr made a choice. The bastion had been taken only partially. Outer rings and some access points were his. The core still contained pockets of Drukhari resistance, forces that had dug in among the terraces and hanging platforms. Mortal captives still filled some of the lower levels, a constant screaming mass that complicated any advance. The Drukhari counter-assault was driving in hard from above and below. If left as it was, the arena would become a meat grinder for both sides, a contested, stalemated ruin. Carr had no interest in stalemates. He stood in a secondary command post, carved into what had once been a private viewing gallery. Holos flickered around him, showing cross-sections of the arena structure, lines of stress, munitions depots, demolition charges his men had planted over the last few days, in case something exactly like this came to pass. A mortal adjutant, face half hidden behind a rebreather mask, stared at the same displays, then looked up at Carr in dawning horror. "Lord," he said, voice thin. "There are still..." There are still hundreds of thousands in the lower pits. Captives. Some of them ours. Some natives. If you trigger these charges now, you will bury them, along with the Xenos. Carr regarded the mortal for a moment. Do you think I have not considered that? He asked. The man swallowed. It will be a slaughter. We could try to clear more levels, pull back our own forces, retrieve some of the prisoners, and bleed ourselves white for a nest we may lose anyway, as more of the enemy arrive, Carr said. No. He looked back at the hollows. This arena was never a sanctuary, he said. It was built as a place where multitudes die for the pleasure of a few. The Drukhari understood that. They never pretended otherwise. We will not either. He pointed to the cluster of charge runes. Trigger them, he ordered. The adjutant hesitated only a heartbeat, then obeyed. None of the other mortals in the room met his gaze. Deep in the arena, explosives planted at key points woke. Columns turned to powder. Load-bearing walls dissolved under the sudden ferocious release of energy. Upper terraces dropped into lower ones, crushing everything between. Cages, pens, platforms, engines, men, Xenos, beasts, all tumbled into a maelstrom of debris. From outside, on streets and battlements, the arena's collapse looked like a slow-motion implosion. The outer shell bulged, cracked, then folded inward, sending clouds of dust and rock rolling outward. The sound hit a moment later, a drawn-out roar. Carr watched it without blinking. A murmur ran through the mortals around him. Some clenched their jaws, others looked sick. None spoke aloud. Remember this, Carr said softly. Not for its waste, as your small minds will frame it, but for its significance. When your children hear of Khymerax, assuming any of you live to have them, they will hear that whole hives fell in a single night, that arenas swallowed their own creations, that those who thought themselves kings and archons alike were buried under the ruins. They will not know the names of the ones who died there, only the scale, only the fear. He smiled faintly. Memory is currency. The souls below have bought us a legend. In the shifting sky, among the broken spires and drifting wreckage, two duelists met. The transit spire had been sheared in half by some earlier. Catastrophe. Its upper section hung at a lean, anchored by snapped cables and the fused bones of its own architecture. Platforms jutted from it like broken teeth. Air rushed past in fitful gusts as pressure shifted with each new explosion elsewhere. Dravik landed on one of those platforms in a spray of debris, bolt pistol barking, finishing a Drukhari warrior whose splinter shots had gone wide. He turned, seeking the next target, and found one already coming for him. The witch cult champion came in on foot, not on a reaver. He leapt from a nearby ledge, body describing a perfect arc, blades outstretched. His armor was lighter than that of the Kabbalite warriors, sleek and close-fitting, designed for speed. Hooks and barbs etched intricate filigree along its plates. His face was uncovered, sharp and handsome in a way that had nothing soft in it, only hard planes and hungry eyes. He hit the platform, rolled in a move that was more display than necessity, and came up with twin blades, crossed before him. Mon K, he called, voice ringing even over the wind. You cut like butchers. No rhythm, no grace. Come, let me show you how to kill without offending the eyes. Dravik's grin was hidden behind his helm. You talk too much, he said. They met in a clash that sent sparks skittering across the stone. The Drukhari champion was fast. He moved like water, like a knife in a cascade, blades flickering in thrusts aimed at the joints and eye lenses of Dravik's armor. He taunted as he struck, each jibe a needle. See how you lunge, he said, sidestepping a blow that would have decapitated a human. All mass, no thought. You rely on your forged bones and forget that there is more to battle than weight. Dravik took a shallow cut along his gauntlet. The blade scored his ceramite, leaving a glowing line. You rely on tricks, Dravik replied. on clever little feints and flourishes. You forget that in the end, everything bleeds when hit. Hard enough! He lunged. The champion slipped aside, laughing. They traded blows along the edge of the platform, boots scraping, armor clanging. Behind them, the spire creaked, its wounded structure protesting. Above and below, battles raged. But here, for a handful of breaths, the war narrowed to two men trying to break each other. The Drukhari's speed gave him the initial edge. He danced out of reach, drew blood, never let Dravik get a clean grip. He nicked a cable on the Raptor's jump pack, causing the exhaust to flare unevenly. He scored a line across Dravik's helm, cracking one of the lenses. "See?" he said. "Artistry, precision. We do not need to turn everything into a ruin to win a duel." Dravik's breathing grew louder in his own ears, not from exertion, not yet, but from focus. He watched the champion's pattern, the way his shoulders shifted before a lunge, the way his weight settled before a jump. He stopped trying to match the dance. Instead, he stepped into a blow he should have avoided. The blade punched into the plate at his side, biting, grating along ribs. Pain flared. Dravik caught the champion's wrist with his free hand, clamping down hard enough to grind bone. The Drukhari tried to twist free, but Dravik had him now. He slammed his helm into the champion's face, the iron visage cracking nose and teeth. Then he drove forward, using his greater mass, pushing the lighter warrior back. They went to the edge together. The champion's boots skidded on loose stone. One heel slipped over the brink. He cursed, tried to hook his free hand into a crack. Dravik wrenched the trapped arm, feeling tendons tear. "No rhythm," Dravik said, voice flat. "No grace." He headbutted him again, once, twice, until the Drukhari's eyes unfocused. Then he simply pushed. There was no flourish, no carefully timed slice that would leave the body artfully arranged. The champion went over the edge in an ungainly sprawl, arms and legs flailing, half-conscious. His scream cut off when he hit something far below. It was an ugly death, inelegant, and all the more offensive to Drukhari sensibilities for it. Dravik stood at the edge for a moment, looking down. "You broke your own rules," he said softly. "That is how legends die." Back in the heart of the storm, Zelith swallowed his anger and opened a link. He had resisted it at first. To acknowledge the Mon-Keed Lord directly was to grant him a degree of parity he did not deserve. But reports were piling up. Webway paths twisted. Stations fell. Beasts that should have been unassailable were dragged down by relentless, brutal fire. This was no mere raid to be swatted away. This was a contest. The Vox connection was ugly, distorted. Human systems and Drukhari technologies were not meant to mesh. The channel stank of interference and the ghost of weaponized screams. Kar's voice came through it clear enough. "Archon," he said. "You bleed." Loudly. "I can hear it from orbit." Zelith's lip curled. "Lord of nothing," he replied. "Corpse child of a dead empire. You skulked to my world like a thief and scuttled under the eaves of my arenas. Did you think I would not notice when you began to scratch at the walls?" "I wanted you to notice," Kar said. "Fear is only useful when its source is known. You taught this world to dread the sight of your sails in the sky. I will teach it to dread the sound of thunder and the flash of lightning. Between us, we will make them into creatures who never know a moment's peace." "You presume to put yourself beside me," Zelith said. "You are a savage, a blunt instrument. You tear down what you cannot understand and call it victory. This world is crafted. It is tuned. You trample through it like a drunk through a gallery." Kar chuckled. "You crafted a fine stage," he said. "I will concede that. You carved fear lines into its stone. You made a song from its screams. But you forgot that other ears can hear that song. I did not come to erase your work, Archon. I came to improve upon it." "You will not live long enough to see what I make of you," Zelith said softly. "When I take you, I will not waste you on a simple execution. I will weave you into this world so that every time it howls, it passes through a piece of you. For 10,000 years, your soul will be a note in my symphony, and you will feel every instant of it. Ambitious, Carr said. I had similar plans for you. I wonder whose imagination is more limited. We will see.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
The link distorted, voices warping as the corrupted webway anchors flexed nearby. For a heartbeat, Zelith heard not Carr's voice but something else, a layered whisper of many throats. Verthrix glanced sideways, mask turning. You hear it? The homunculus asked quietly. The way the dead cluster. You make such interesting echoes, you and he. Zelith cut the link with a gesture. Bring their ship down, he snarled. I want that voice silenced until I can control it. Behind the immediate front lines, Night Lord's adepts continued their own work, untouched by the exchange of threats. One of the largest webway anchors, a sprawling complex of pylons and control arrays on a high plateau, had thus far resisted complete corruption. The Drukhari had held it fiercely, knowing its value. Now, after successive strikes and raids, it lay half in ruins, half in their enemies' claws. The adepts did not simply damage it, they inverted it. They rewrote its logic to recognize only one direction. They scrambled its handshake patterns so that it would accept incoming transits, but refused to open fully in return, trapping what arrived in a snare of incomplete materialization. The first Ravagers to attempt passage found this out the hard way. From the perspective of their crews, they launched through familiar, humming corridors of impossible geometry, engines tuned to the minute shifts in unreality. Then something jarred. Warnings screamed through their ships. Reality grabbed them wrong. They came out over Khymerax as shrieking wrecks. Some emerged only halfway, prows jutting from mid-air, aft sections still caught in warp geometry. Their crews tumbled out in pieces as the torn bulkheads vomited matter. Others arrived compressed, hulls crumpled as if a giant hand had clenched them mid-transit. Some never fully left the webway at all, their torn silhouettes visible only for a heartbeat before folding inward, taking their occupants back to whatever passed for a grave along those paths. From below, men and Night Lords alike watched as Drukhari ships appeared in the sky, already dying, already aflame, spinning away, trailing debris. It was a new spectacle. Carr allowed himself another thin smile when the reports came in. Khymerax twisted under all of this. From the upper reaches, the world looked like a wounded animal thrashing under a storm. Multiple hives burned, their spires venting fires that merged into continent-spanning plumes. Oceans, already poisoned, boiled where shattered void ships plunged into them, sending waves radiating out to smash against distant shores. The atmosphere glowed in places where dark lance beams had cut through it, where drop pods had fallen in such numbers they left temporary tracks. The population fell by the billions. Whole districts vanished in collapses and firestorms, leaving nothing but slag and ghost ash. Yet here and there, clusters of humanity persisted, in sub-high vaults that escaped direct hits, in sealed manufactoria bunkers whose wardens had never opened the doors for anyone, in feral sprawl communities so far from the obvious targets that no one had yet bothered to erase them. Zelith and Carr alike regarded those survivors in similar fashion, not as lives to be saved or mourned, but as assets, future stock, witnesses to what was happening above them now, who would, one day, tell the story to their own dwindling tribes. The world screamed on. Night fell on Khymerax at Lord Carr's command. It did not come with the slow grace of natural dusk. It dropped like a blade. In orbit, platforms that had once been Drukhari arenas and Imperial defense stations turned toward the world below and opened their maws. Projectors that had broadcast agony and spectacle now spat different payloads. Clouds of particulate burned into the upper atmosphere, spreading in veils that scattered and drank the light. Photonic scramblers pulsed, sending ripples through whatever passed for daylight on the scarred planet. The false suns over the hunting grounds flickered and died. Hololithic sky projectors, already unstable from sabotage, finally failed under the new strain, their illusionary firmaments peeling away. Even the real star's light filtered through the wounded atmosphere, thinned and turned sickly. Within a handful of breaths, the world shifted from smoky daylight to a twilight that was neither night nor day. Shadows deepened, colors leached away. Visual augurs, accustomed to compensating for the usual haze, lost their footing. Drukhari sensor arrays reported nothing but static and ghost images. Fire control cogitators spat out nonsense or shut down entirely rather than believe what they were seeing. In that manufactured dark, the 8th Legion moved as if they had never left home. Within the lower levels of the primary arena hive, Merrick led his men through a world rendered in flashes. Their lumens had been cut at the Astartes' order. No barrel lamps, no helmet-mounted lights for the mortals. The only illumination came from muzzle bursts and the guttering flames of corpse fires, where bodies and wreckage had piled up long enough to ignite. The corridor they advanced along had once been a route for slave processions. Its walls were lined with hooks and old shackles, some still bearing splashes of ancient rust that might not have been rust at all. Now those walls loomed as vague, jagged shapes in the dark. Every step sounded too loud. Every breath seemed like a signal flare. "Stay close," Merrick hissed, voice barely more than a breath. "2 steps between each of you. Do not lose the man in front." His platoon muttered acknowledgement. He could hear their boots scraping, their gear clinking. Some had wrapped rags around their packs and weapons to muffle the sound. It did little. Human ears, straining, amplified every noise. The Night Lords above them moved like ghosts. Merrick could hear them, distantly. A thud of ceramite on metal here, the shriek of a jump pack flare there, the brief, heavy cough of a bolter. Those sounds came and went without warning, never lingering long enough to fix their positions. The Astartes were using upper walkways and maintenance galleries, leaping gaps the mortals could not. They did not need light. Their warplate listened for them. Merrick's men had only him and the brief, blinding moments when their weapons fired. A shape loomed ahead, black against black. Merrick raised his lasrafal, finger taut. For a heartbeat he hesitated, not knowing if he aimed at wall, friend, or foe. Splinter fire hissed from the dark. Shots cut across the corridor, pale streaks that left stinging trails in the air. One of his men screamed and dropped, thrashing as alien toxins raced along his veins. "Fire!" Merrick shouted, and squeezed the trigger. Red light lanced down the passage. Others followed. The corridor strobed, turning into a jerky sequence of still images. In one, Merrick saw 3 Kabbalite warriors crouched behind a toppled cage frame, rifles shouldered. In another, one of them jerked as a last burst took him through the shoulder. In a third, the one on the end swung his weapon and fired again, firing into the reflected flash instead of where the humans actually were. Then the lights were gone, and only after images burned in Merrick's eyes. He heard bodies fall. He heard the crackle of splinter fire slacken, then cease. "Forward!" he called, voice rough. "Check them. Masks on." They edged ahead, stepping over their own dead. The Drukhari lay twisted where the shots had found them. Armor plates had shattered, spilling thin, dark blood. One still twitched, claws scraping at the floor. One of Merrick's men put a last burst into his helm without being told. At this range, even their weak weapons did uglier work. "Do we get lights now?" someone muttered. Merrick shook his head, though he doubted the man could see it. "Orders are dark," he said. "You want to disobey a giant who can see you from 3 levels up in this gloom. Be my guest. I am not painting a target on us." He could feel the heavy presence above, even when he could not see it. Once, as they passed an intersection, something moved overhead with almost silent speed. The air shifted. Dust fell. No one said anything. They knew better than to call up, to whatever shadow had just gone by. On the tiers, high above the killing floor, Dravik and his raptors stalked the ghosts of nobility. The upper rings of the arena had once been lined with private boxes and viewing galleries. Drukhari nobles had reclined there to watch hunts. drinking in the spectacle of thousands of deaths from the safety of height. Now those same vantage points had become firing nests and command posts. The architecture still favored the old owners. Curving galleries, narrow bridges, and hanging platforms made a spiderweb of routes and angles. In the half-light, every arch could hide a dozen rifles. Dravik loved it. He hung from the underside of a fractured balcony, maglocks in his boots engaged just enough to hold him. Below, a group of Kabbalite warriors moved along the gallery, their armor catching what little light there was in muted gleams. They kept to cover, using the broken stone and shattered railings as shields, weapons tracking every shadow. "Easy," Dravik voxed to his claw. "Let them come past. Take the rear first, then the front. Leave the ones in the middle to panic." There was no reply, just the faint click of acknowledgement runes on his display. The Drukhari squad passed beneath him, close enough that he could have reached down and plucked a helm from ahead. He waited until the last man was almost beneath his position, then dropped. He landed on the warrior's shoulders, driving him to his knees. His gauntlet closed around the Xeno's helm and twisted, snapping his neck. Before the body had finished falling, Dravik kicked off, jump pack flaring in a short, controlled burst that sent him along the length of the gallery. Bolter fire erupted from both ends. His raptors came in from either side, bursting from doorways and upper arches. The Kabbalites fired wildly, splinters tracing frantic lines in the dark. The first shots took their own comrades, silhouettes misjudged in the flowing gloom. Then the night, lords were among them, and the time for firing was done. Claves met chain blades, needler pistols barked impotently against ceramite. Men went over the rail, falling into the darkness beneath, their screams dwindling. Dravik planted a boot on the chest of a dying warrior and shoved, sending him sliding off the edge. He watched him fall just long enough to see him hit some lower structure, then turned away, already hungry for the next nest. Below all of that, in the center of the web, Zelith prepared his throne. The central dais of the arena was not a simple platform. It was a command point, raised above the blood sands, connected by bridges and chains to the galleries above. From it, an Archon could see every movement below and around, every line of pursuit and flight. Zelith had transformed it into a redoubt. The dais was ringed by barricades woven from the bones of fallen beasts and shattered arena gates. Splinter cannons and dark lance mounts had been dragged into place, their crews hunkered behind cover, eyes sharp in the gloom. Barricades of tortured metal and stone formed layers of cover, forcing any attacker to fight upward through tiers of crossfire. Corpse totems stood at the corners, humans, mostly, flayed and rearranged into twisting shapes, their skins stretched into banners that fluttered slowly in the manufactured wind from the arena's ventilation systems. A few wore what was left of Astartes ceramite, their helmets shattered, their gene-forged flesh pierced with hooks. Zelith took particular pleasure in those. Their deaths had been neither quick nor artless. He stood at the center, near the original judging throne, now reshaped with barbs and blades. His armor bore new scratches, new burns, but he wore them like jewelry. Every report that reached him now passed through the filter of obsession. He saw Ka in every shadow, heard his voice in every thundercrack, smelled his presence in the iron tang of blood. This was no longer a matter of territory or yield. It was a contest between predators, and Zelith needed more than victory. He needed possession, not merely of Ka's corpse, though that would be sweet, not merely of his soul, though that would be sweeter still. He wanted his rival's legend. He wanted to take the terror the Night Lords inspired and bend it into his own myth, so that when lesser prey whispered of lightning and skulls, they meant him. "Let them come," he said, softly enough that only the closest incubi heard. "Let them break their teeth on my stones." In the walls around him, the Night Lords whispered back. Infiltrators had been worming through the arena's maintenance ducts and forgotten service galleries for hours. They moved where even raptors could not. Their armor scraped and darkened, their weapons slung to ease, passing through narrow spaces. Some were Astartes, others were mortal serfs, crawling where their masters could not, guided by curt vox commands and the occasional shove of a gauntlet. They left gifts behind. Vox speakers torn from their original mounts were wired into the ductwork. Voice loops, carefully crafted, played through them. At first, the Drukhari thought they were simply hearing echoes, a Kabbalite warrior begging for mercy in his own tongue, a beastmaster screaming as the creatures he had once commanded turned on him, a homunculus promising to cooperate if only the blades stopped for a moment. The voices were real. They had been recorded from earlier captures and interrogations. The Night Lords had edited them, spliced them, layered them over one another until the tone was just right. They bled into the walls. A patrol moving along a lower gallery heard their captain's voice pleading from a vent above. They froze, looked up, weapons raised. There was nothing there but dark. "Did you hear that?" one whispered. "No," another lied, too proud to admit fear. Some fired into the vents anyway, wasting ammunition. A few did more. In the confusion of sudden noise, of echoes and imagined movement, some Kabbalites misread shadows as threats. Splinter rounds cut into their own ranks. Accusations followed. The careful lines of discipline that had kept their fire precise began to fray. The Drukhari understood terror. They lived on it. They drank it. They did not enjoy being on its receiving end. In one of the central concourses, where several slave routes converged, Verthrix played his own last card. The concourse was wide enough to have once held entire herds of captives driven toward the sands. Now, it held war. Night Lord squads had dug in among the broken stalls and toppled gates, their mortals in the front ranks, their Astartes looming behind. They had turned the space into a kill funnel, overlapping fields of fire cutting down anything that tried to push through from the far tunnels. Verthrix answered this with motion. Sinew chariots burst from the side galleries, pulled by teams of Khymerax, linked by barbed harnesses and nerve leashes wired into their spines. The beasts foamed and snapped as they ran, their feet barely touching the ground. The chariots themselves were low platforms of bone and metal, their fronts fashioned into open maws. Within those maws, bound torsos and heads screamed, their agony feeding the engines. Behind them lumbered the stitched abominations, not the towering anti-Astartes constructs used earlier, but smaller, faster things. Multi-limbed, half the height of a man and twice as wide, they scampered over walls and ceilings with obscene speed. Their bodies were a patchwork of flesh and carapace, metal rods reinforcing unnatural joints. Blades jutted from elbows and knees. Their mouths, when they had mouths, were lipless rings of teeth. They hit the Night Lord's lines like a wave. Sinew chariots smashed through makeshift barricades, scattering mortals. Khymerax leapt from their traces mid-charge, hurling themselves into the ranks with jaws wide. The stitched things scrabbled along the sides of cover, coming in from angles men were not watching. Bolter fire roared. Beasts and constructs came apart under the massed shots, limbs flying, ichor splashing. Lasfire lanced into them as well, carving smoking lines. But for every construct that fell, for every chariot that crashed and shattered, several men went down. The concourse became a churn of bodies, wreckage, and snapping claws. The arena's structure groaned. Pillars that had survived centuries of abuse and renovation now took the strain of new impacts. Cracked stone flaked away. Metal supports bent. A section of the upper tier collapsed, dropping a rain of rubble and bodies into the melee below. For Verthrix, watching through many distant eyes, it was acceptable. Structures could be rebuilt, data could be gleaned. He cared less about the survival of his creations than about how they failed. For Merrick, caught at the fringe of that maelstrom, it was simply another way to die. "Back!" he shouted, hauling one of his men away from the snapping jaws of a half-shattered Khymerax that still thrashed, its front half gone, but its hindquarters still trying to run. "Fall back to the inner galleries! Do not get bogged down!" He could barely hear himself over the noise. His voice was one thread in a woven cloth of screams, gunfire, and alien roars. Some of his men followed, others did not. A chariot crashed into a knot of mortals, crushing them, sending their bodies tumbling. Splinters from a Drukhari volley cut down more as they tried to flee. Merrick turned and ran, not towards safety, because there was no such thing, but toward a narrower passage where at least fewer things could hit them at once. He lost cohesion. Half his platoon peeled away in the confusion, chasing their own glimpses of sanctuary. By the time he realized how many had been cut off, he was already too far into the side tunnels to go back without walking into the abattoir again. The passage he found himself in sloped downward. He followed it, breath ragged, boots pounding on metal-grated steps. The sounds of battle above receded, muffled by layers of stone and architecture. New sounds replaced them: the drip of fluids, the low whimper of voices, the creak of chains. The chamber at the passage's end had once been a preparation room. Drukhari torture devices still filled it. Frames built to stretch, racks to twist, chairs sprouting needles and hooks. The walls were lined with shelves holding implements whose uses Merrick did not want to guess. In the half-light, they were a forest of silhouettes. Now, the Night Lords had added their own touches. Several of the Drukhari devices were occupied. A man hung from one, ribs banded in metal, eyes rolling. Another lay strapped to a table, skin peeled back in sections. Their wounds were not neat, they were not careful. They had been inflicted to find answers, not to create art. Next to them, wired crudely into the same machines, Drukhari prisoners twitched and gasped. Someone had thought it worthwhile to see how their nerves responded compared to human ones. Merrick froze. One of the men on the rack saw him, his eyes focused with effort. "Please," he whispered. His voice was ragged, barely there. "Please, kill me. I do not care who you serve. Just make it stop." On the other side, a Drukhari, his armor stripped away, laughed weakly. "Soft," he croaked. "You whine at every touch. At least your new masters hit hard enough to be interesting." His words slurred at the end. Pain and exhaustion blurred them. Merrick stood in the doorway, Lazrafal lowered, and realized that nothing fundamental had changed. The faces at the top had shifted. The sigils on the walls had been repainted. The hands that tied the knots and turned the screws were different. The rest was the same. This world had been a hunting ground. It would remain one. The only question was which. Predators claimed the right to the kills. He backed away, heart pounding, the pleas echoing in his ears. "Runner!" a voice barked behind him. He spun, almost firing. A Night Lord loomed in the passage, helm lenses glowing. Blood smeared his plate, some of it his, most of it not. "You are Merrick," the giant said. "You know these levels." "Yes," Merrick managed. His throat was dry. "The Lord calls for all available guides," the Astarte said. "We go to the core, to the dais. You will come. You will show us the fastest route that does not involve falling down a shaft." There was no question in that last statement, only command. Merrick nodded, swallowing whatever he might have said about what he had just seen. He turned and led the way, deeper into the killing city. Lord Carr did not delegate the final push. He came in person, within a block of Terminator armor old enough that some of its plates still bore faded engravings from the days when his legion had been counted as loyal. Those marks had been scored over, defaced with lightning and skulls, but the ghosts of Aquila wings and Imperial laurels still showed through if one knew where to look. He moved at the head of his chosen retinue, their steps making the stone tremble. Storm bolters barked from their gauntlets, each burst a drumbeat. Chain fists and power weapons hummed, hungry for work. They advanced through tunnels that had once delivered beasts and champions to the sands. Drukhari defenders fell back before them, even when they fired from cover. Splinter and shard fire ticked harmlessly from the heavy plates, unless concentrated on a single spot. Those who tried to stand were crushed, broken, or simply pushed aside. Wherever they passed, Carr left messages. A Kabbalite officer impaled on a shattered spear, his armor torn open to show the sigil on his chest. A beastmaster, dismembered and left in a posture that mimicked one of his former charges. A homunculus apprentice nailed to the wall by his own tools. Each display was placed where it would be seen by fleeing defenders. Each was arranged to make the identity of the victim's allegiance unmistakable. It was not enough to kill. The dead had to say something. "Let him see," Carr said, more than once. "Let him know what I am doing to his." The final ascent to the dais was not a straight climb. Bridges had fallen. Platforms had collapsed. Carr's column wound its way through partial ruins and half-hanging staircases, across spans so broken that even Terminator armor had to pick its path carefully. All the while, fire raked at them from above and below, from Drukhari pockets still clinging to whatever cover they could. Merrick led the way when narrowness demanded a smaller guide. He darted ahead, marking pitfalls, calling back warnings about sudden drops or hidden pits. Once, he almost took a splinter round to the face. It scorched a line along his cheek, leaving a burning trail. He kept moving. The closer they came to the dais, the more intense the resistance grew. Incubi formed shields across the final approach, their heavy blades creating a wall of humming energy. Cabalite marksmen lay prone along the edges, firing down at angles meant to exploit the joints in Terminator plate. Beasts snapped at the ends of chains. Carr did not slow. His retinue fired as they walked, stormbolters tearing chunks out of the barricades. Missiles flared from shoulder mounts, exploding among the defenders. The air filled with dust and fragments. At the heart of it, Zelith waited. He stood atop the throne itself, clave held in one hand, the other resting on the carved skull that formed the chair's back. His armor was splashed with blood, his once immaculate plates scarred. His eyes burned behind his helm lenses. When Carr's helm rose into view over the edge of the last shattered stair, their gazes met. For a moment, the war narrowed to that point. "Corpse child," Zelith called, voice carrying even over the din. "You climb well for someone so weighed down by delusions." "Archon," Carr replied, stepping onto the dais, boots slipping slightly on blood-slick stone. "You decorate well for someone so desperate to be seen." They closed. Their bodyguards clashed around them, Incubi and Terminators trading blows that could crack rock. The dais shuddered under the impacts. Overhead, the artificial night was punctured by flashes and falling debris as the wider arena continued to tear itself apart. "You think you can own fear," Zelith said as they circled, blades testing, feeling each other's measure. "You think you can plant your crude sigil on this world and have its screams belong to you." "I do not think," Carr said. "I do. Ownership is not in who starts the story. It is in who is remembered at its end." He lunged. Zelith parried, their weapons shearing sparks off each other. The Archon riposted, his clave a blur. Carr took the blow on his pauldron, armor scorched. "You are a footnote," Zelith snapped. "A latecomer. A scavenger. I have tended this place for decades. I have tuned it. You tear down what you do not understand." "I understand enough," Carr answered, driving him back a step with a heavy two-handed strike that sent a crack through the dais under their feet. "I understand that you grew complacent. You built yourself a throne and forgot that there are other knights beyond your own." The duel was not elegant. It had moments of grace, of precise parry and feint, but they were embedded in a broader brutality. Carr used his mass, his armor, letting lesser cuts score his plates in order to land heavier blows. Zelith relied on speed and reach, darting in and out, aiming for joints and weak spots. Around them, the dais crumbled. A dark lance beam, fired from some desperate defender on a distant platform, speared into the structure's side. Stone exploded. Part of the floor dropped away, taking several combatants with it. For a heartbeat, Carr and Zelith fought on a sloping, narrowing patch of rock, one wrong step away from falling. Elsewhere on the dais, Dravik dragged himself upright. His armor was cracked, one jump pack engine a smoking ruin. Blood seeped from a rent across his chest plate where a clave had bitten deep. An incubus lay at his feet, helm split, body twitching. He saw Zelith's back. He saw Khar facing him, the two locked. Dravik snarled and charged, boots slipping on the uneven ground. An incubus tried to intercept him. Dravik hit him like a falling statue, shoulder first, sending him spinning away. He came in at an angle, forcing Zelith to split his attention for a heartbeat. It was enough to change the pattern, not enough to end it. The same dark lance battery that had shattered the dais fired again, its crew either unaware of how close their own leader was to the impact point or too desperate to care. The beam grazed Khar. His armor's field flared, then failed. The lance cut across his side, burning through ceramite and into the flesh beneath. He staggered, a grunt torn from him, grip slipping on his weapon. The force of the blow sent him skidding toward the broken edge. His weapon clanged from his hand, spinning away into the depths. Zelith saw it. Triumph flared in his eyes. At the same moment, Dravik smashed into him. The raptor's shoulder caught the Archon under the ribs, knocking him sideways. Clave and Chainsward clashed, sparks spraying. Zelith's footing slipped on the cracked, tilting stone. He reeled toward the edge, arms pinwheeling for balance. The three of them hung there for a heartbeat, frozen in a tableau of blood, stone, and falling dust. Below, the arena's depths yawned. Above, the eviscerated sky boiled with artificial night and the faint glimmer of burning stations. Khar, wounded, groped for purchase. Zelith fought to recover his stance. Dravik, bleeding, pressed on, with the stubborn fury of a man who refused to die before his enemy did. The dais groaned, another fracture racing through it. The outcome, for that instant, belonged to the next stone that cracked, the next breath taken, the next misstep. The world roared around them, and the night held its breath. The arena hive had been dying for a long time. It simply had not realized it until that moment. The wounds that had weakened it were everywhere. Load-bearing columns cracked by bombardment. Support arches half-melted by dark lance spill and sabotage charges. Foundations shaken by decades of Drukhari modifications that had cared more for spectacle than structural integrity. Now, under the twin assault of orbital fire and internal violence, those wounds tore open. It began as tremors. The floor underfoot shivered in irregular pulses, dislodging dust and fragments of old stone. Then came the groans, long, low noises that rolled up from the hive's buried bones like some titan, shifting in uneasy sleep. Void shields around the upper reaches flickered, trying to compensate. They took incoming hits that should have shattered towers, bleeding the energy off in shimmering cascades. The strain showed as ripples across the failing shields, as zones where the protective fields thinned to ragged lace. Gravity itself began to lurch. In the upper galleries, Dravik felt it as a sudden lightening in his limbs. For a heartbeat, his boots lost purchase. His mag locks the only thing holding him to the broken underside of a collapsed balcony. Below, Drukhari and human alike rose fractionally from the floor, stumbling as their bodies tried to relearn how to stand. Then gravity snapped back, heavier than before, slamming everyone down. Bridges groaned. Some gave way. Whole sections of tiered seating sheared off, sliding in slow, horrifying inevitability toward the central pit. Bodies went with them. Thousands of them. Fighters from both sides, mortals and xenos, beast and machine, all tumbled as the surfaces under their feet betrayed them. They fell into gaps that had not been there moments before, into chasms where floors had collapsed into lower levels, into newly formed ravines filled with fire and wreckage. The arena sands themselves, long ago fused into glass by constant blood and chemical wash, cracked along fault lines that only now revealed themselves. Rivers of flame forced up from ruptured fuel lines cut across them, turning killing grounds into burning trenches. From orbit, The arena hive looked as if it were collapsing inward, folding toward its own heart. Far below the tilting spires and failing galleries, in laboratories carved into the hive's roots, Verthrix watched it all on multiple feeds. Hollow displays lined the curved walls of his primary sanctum, each one showing a different angle of the disaster. Some were steady, broadcast from hard-mounted Auspex arrays. Others jittered and shook, taken from the helms of dying warriors, or the optics of beasts. The homunculus stood in the center of that storm of images, hands folded in the sleeves of his robe, porcelain mask tilted slightly, as if in contemplation. Excess, he murmured. Always excess. The Cabal was losing stability. The world was shaking itself apart. For all his sardonic confidence in Zelith's pride, Verthrix was too experienced to mistake this for a temporary setback. This was the kind of fracture from which there was no clean return. That did not mean his work had to be lost. He turned away from the images and moved deeper into his sanctum, toward a ring of wraithbone arches that pulsed with contained power. Emergency rifts, grown and tuned for precisely this possibility. Not for mass evacuation of cattle or lesser cabals, but for retrieving what truly mattered. Pain engines hung from the arches like larvae, their limbs retracted, their bound souls simmering in simmering suspension. Racks of carefully preserved captives lined the walls, each one tagged with neat sigils denoting experiment chains and potential yields. Verthrix raised his hands, long fingers splaying in a pattern that matched the runes engraved on the wraithbone. "Awaken," he said. One by one, the arches flared. The space within each ring twisted, opening into tunnels of pale, impossible light. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of old blood and the faint, distant tang of the great city beyond, that poisonous jewel in the webway. Select pattern gamma, Verthrix instructed his attendants. Primary engines first, then the seed stock from series 12 through 15. Discard the rest. Hunched servitors and lesser fleshcrafters moved to obey, cutting certain captives free, guiding certain engines toward the active gates. Some hesitated at discarding promising specimens, but Verthrix did not. He had learned long ago that one could always grow more flesh. The unique datasets, the rare variations, were harder to replace. As the first of his creations passed through the emergency rifts, reality around Khymerax rippled. The webway was already strained. The chained gates, the inverted anchors, the clumsy interference of human sorcery and technology had turned its once smooth paths into fields of turbulence. Verthrix's riff sequence added a new note to that screeching cacophony. Up above, Night Lord sorcerers felt it like a change in air pressure, but in the soul. They stood in an open gallery that jutted from the side of a half-ruined spire, harnesses anchoring them to half-melted railings. Below them, the arena hive's collapse sent up waves of dust lit by stray fires. Above, the false night seethed with the auroral shimmer of malfunctioning shields and the faint glow of wrecks still burning as they fell. The lead sorcerer closed his eyes and reached out. He tasted the warp where it licked at the edges of reality, drawn by the billions of deaths and the concentrated agony of this place. He tasted the webway, that artificial corridor system cut through the immaterium by hands far older than man, now bruised and scarred by the struggles of lesser creatures. Between those two, he felt the new rifts opening in the depths of the hive. "Homunculus work," he said, trying to pull his toys out of the fire. A vox channel opened beside him. Car's voice came through, iron steady. "Can you stop him?" the Lord of the Eighth asked. "Yes," the sorcerer said. "For a time. We can disrupt their coherence, collapse them, but there is another opportunity here." He smiled, though no one saw it. "This world sings into the warp," he went on. "It has for a long time. The Drukhari shaped its cries within their own frameworks, kept them contained, bled them through their own devices. We have cracked that skin. Its song leaks out freely now. Give me leave, and I can twist it further. Turn this planet from a closed instrument into something else. Into what? Carr asked, though he suspected he already knew. A mirror, the sorcerer said. A hell mirror, a wound in reality that never closes, reflecting fear back into the void. Any who pass near will feel it. Any who listen on certain bands will hear its chorus. A beacon of sorts, if one wishes to be poetic. The cost will be instability. He opened his eyes, looking out at the trembling hive. The boundaries here are already thin, he said. Force them further, and this world may never pass for normal again. It will be haunted. Warp echoes, minor manifestations, persistent phenomena. Nothing on the scale of a full demonic breach, not unless someone encourages one, but enough to mark it forever. Carr did not hesitate for long. Do it, he said. Stability is for those who still pretend the galaxy can be mended. We are here to make sure it remembers its scars. As you wish, the sorcerer murmured. He and his brethren began to chant, words that hooked into the eddies of the warp and yanked. Their staves struck the stone in rhythm. Sigils carved into their armor flared, scribing complex geometries in the air. They did not close Verthrix's rifts. They caught them, like a fisherman catching multiple lines in one hand, and tied them into the larger pattern of the wounded webway and the already polluted local immaterium. They used the emergency paths as new channels, letting raw terror and psychic residue pour into them, saturating the structures. Far below, in his sanctum, Verthrix felt the change. His arches flickered. Tunnels that had been clear, if turbulent, now writhed. Some closed prematurely, slicing off parts of engines as they passed. Others opened wider than intended, showing glimpses of things that did not belong in his well-ordered laboratories. He hissed behind his mask. Mon-key sorcery, he snarled. Clumsy, wasteful, effective. He redoubled his efforts, shunting what he could, through the least damaged paths, abandoning others that started to deform beyond usefulness. In the end, only a fraction of his work made it into the safety of Khymerax. The rest was lost somewhere between, or transformed into something unrecognizable. Above all this, on the shattered dais, the duel resumed. Carr had been hauled back from the brink, his terminators forming a living bulwark to give him a heartbeat to recover. The dark lance wound across his side burned, every movement sending lances of pain up his torso. Ceramite and underplating had fused in places, pulling his own flesh tight in hot bands. Zelith was bleeding too. Dravik's intervention had not killed him, but it had cracked ribs and torn muscles. His movements were a shade less fluid, his jumps a fraction less high. For a mortal, such wounds would have been crippling. For him, they were impediments, not endings. The elegance had burned out of their fight. There were no more barbed words about artistry, no, more careful probing for theatrical blows. They struck to maim now, to cripple, to remove advantages. Carr aimed for legs and wrists, trying to limit Zelith's mobility. Zelith aimed for joints and helm seals, trying to open Carr's armor enough that the world could finish him. The dais tilted further. Chunks of its rim had fallen away, dropping into the blazing depths of the collapsing arena. Every step carried the risk of going over. Every misjudged lunge could end the fight in an instant, not through skill, but through misfortune. A beam fell from above, sheared from some upper level by the shifting structure. It slammed into the dais, sending a shock through the stone. Both combatants staggered. Zelith used the moment, darting in, blade low, aiming for the gap in Carr's side, where the dark lance had already bitten. Carr twisted, taking the strike on a plate that was already ruined, letting it burrow deeper, rather than risking a clean penetration elsewhere. Pain flared, white. He drove his gauntlet into Zelith's knee, servo muscles whining as he applied pressure. Something snapped. The Archon hissed, leg buckling. He danced back, favoring the limb. Blood dripped from the edges of his gritted teeth. "Crude," he spat. "Honest," Carr replied. In the lower vaults, Dravik hunted another kind of prey. Verthrix moved through his collapsing laboratories with the unhurried gait of a man walking through his own gardens. Even as rifts misbehaved and engines tore themselves apart in abortive transits, he remained poised. His robe hardly fluttered. He carried no visible weapon. He did not need one. Dravik came at him through a wall of falling debris, jump pack roaring as he burst through what had once been a ceiling. He landed hard enough to crack flagstones, weapon raised, helm lenses blazing. "Fleshmaker," he snarled. "Ah," Verthrix said lightly, "the head of the thunder flock." The homunculus turned to face him fully, tilting his mask in polite acknowledgement. "I had hoped we would meet," he said. "Your work is unsophisticated, but not without charm. There is a certain honesty in the way you insist on making your point with such volume." Dravik advanced, chainsword humming. "You built beasts to hunt us," he said. "You stitched our brothers into your toys." "I used what was available," Verthrix replied. "You left such interesting remnants on the field. It would have been wasteful not to explore their possibilities." The raptor swung. Verthrix moved with alarming speed. Limbs that had seemed human in proportion unfolded, extra joints revealing themselves. He bent in ways no normal skeleton could, letting the blade pass a hair's breadth from his chest. One long-fingered hand flicked out, needles hidden among the knuckles flashing for Dravik's helm seals. The gauntlet snapped closed around that wrist instead. Servos whined as gene-forged strength met unnatural flexibility. Needles bent, then broke under the pressure. "You talk about possibility," Dravik said, "about curves and yields. You speak like a scribe with a flensing knife. You think fear is a garnish for your work." "It is," Verthrix said. "It flavors the data, but it is also greater than you. You use it like a cudgel. You repaint old patterns and think yourself innovators." He twisted, letting his own arm break to escape Dravik's grip, the bone splintering with a wet crack. There was no cry of pain. Flesh writhed, rearranging itself, new bone knitting even as the limb flopped. "You are short-sighted," he went on, stepping away. "You make terror on a world, and what then? You die, your echoes fade. You are a bright flare in a long night. My work endures. My methods can be replicated, refined. I sculpt fear into structures." Dravik came in again, feinting high, then driving a boot at the homunculus midsection. "Fear is memory," he said, "sculpted or not. The difference between you and us is that when we leave a mark, everyone knows who did it. There is no escape. That is the truth that makes fear worth anything." His kick connected. Verthrix folded around it in a way that would have shattered a normal spine, then snapped back, tendrils lashing from under his robe, barbed tips scraping Dravik's armor. "There is always escape," Verthrix hissed. "Everything ends. Even your precious eighth will one day be a footnote in some xenologist's treatise." Dravik laughed, a harsh sound. "Maybe," he said, "but until that day, every child who wakes screaming from dreams of thunder will be screaming about us, not you." He drove forward, shoulder first, like he had with the Witch Champion. The impact carried both of them into a bank of equipment. Consoles shattered. One of the emergency rift arches flickered wildly, a tongue of warped space lashing out. It caught them both for an instant. Dravik felt the world twist, his perception stretching thin. Then the rift collapsed, its frame cracking from the strain. He was flung back into real space, armor smoking, nerves jangling. Verthrix was less fortunate. Half of him lay on the floor, the other half elsewhere. Where flesh met the ragged edge of the closed rift, it simply stopped, as if sliced by an impossibly sharp blade. Ichor spread in unnatural patterns. The homunculus's mask lay nearby, cracked down the middle. Dravik staggered to his feet, breathing hard. His armor's cogitators screamed warnings about exposure and contamination. He stepped closer, chainsword buzzing. Verthrix's remaining eye turned toward him. "You think this kills me?" the homunculus rasped. The sound bubbled through damaged lungs. "You think this is an end?" Dravik did not answer. He brought the chainsword down. The blade bit, chattered, chewed. When he was done, there was little left that could be called a body. He turned away. Behind him, in the shadow of a cracked arch, something slithered. A fragment, no larger than a man's forearm, dragged itself toward a still flickering sliver of webway. It had no clear shape, only a mass of bone fragments and tendons, an eye here, a tooth there. It left a smear of iridescent fluid as it moved. As it reached the sliver, a thin, breathless laugh echoed in the vault. Then both fragment and sound were gone, swallowed by the twitching knot space. Dravik did not see it. He had other concerns. Merrick had his own pilgrimage to make. He led his column through the underlevels, along routes that were losing their meaning with every quake. What had been a straight corridor an hour before was now a jagged series of steps, the floor having dropped in segments. What had been a staircase was now a rubble slope leading into a flooded chamber. His group was a tattered mix. Some were men he recognized from his old platoon, their lightning-marked flak armor stained with smoke. Others wore the remnants of slave harnesses, brands from a dozen different Drukhari ownership marks burnt into their skin. A few still had collars that had yet to be wired into Night Lord's codes, ticking silently around their throats. Above them, somewhere, a Night Lord sergeant had promised extraction. "Get them to the lower hangar," he had said. "If it still exists, there will be craft waiting. If it does not, you will know that as well." It was not reassurance. It was information. Merrick kept them moving. "Left," he called at one junction, hauling a man away from a corridor where the air shimmered wrong. A moment later, that passage folded inward, as if pressed between invisible hands, then sprang back, leaving a smear of what might have been meat on the walls. They passed through a hall where Drukhari trophies still hung, human skins stitched into banners, faces peeled and turned into masks. Night Lords had added their own work, pinning Xeno's corpses over the old displays, turning the scene into a palimpsest of horror. One of the former slaves gagged. "You get used to it," Merrick said, not kindly. "Or you stop having to." They skirted a chamber where a full Drukhari and Night Lord skirmish was still in progress, both sides oblivious to the collapsing architecture around them. Merrick pushed his men along a maintenance walkway above, the whole structure swaying with every impact. "What happens when we get there?" one of his men asked. "To the hangar." "If it is intact," Merrick said, "we get on a craft and get sent somewhere worse." The man stared at him. "You think there is worse than this?" he asked. Merrick thought of the torture chamber, of the pleas, of the rifts tearing in the air, of the fact that the ones offering him a place now were the same ones who had detonated arena levels full of their own auxiliaries because it suited their message. "Yes," he said. "I think there always is." He did not know if he wanted to reach the extraction point. He did not know if being left behind in the ruins, to be buried with the old order, would be any better. All he knew was that moving was life, and stopping was death. Above all of them, on the tilting remains of the dais, the duel reached its end. The structure slewed sideways, another of its supports finally surrendering. Ka and Zelith both flailed for balance. Stone cracked. A section of the platform broke away entirely, falling in a slow, majestic arc into the inferno below. Zelith saw an opening. He leapt. It was an instinct honed in countless duels. When the battlefield betrays you, turn its treachery to your advantage. He sprang toward Ka, using the tilt and the drop to add momentum, Clav angling for the gap at the Astarte's neck where helm met gorget. For a human, it would have been unavoidable. Ka was not human. He stepped forward instead of back, into the attack rather than away. His wounded side screamed. He caught Zelith's sword arm with one hand, his grip like a vice, and let the clave's edge gouge across his shoulder guard instead of his throat. Sparks flew. The blade bit but did not penetrate. With his other hand, he grabbed Zelith by the throat. They crashed together, momentum carrying them to the very edge, stone crumbling under their boots. For a moment they hung over the drop, legs scrambling for purchase. Car's fingers tightened. Bones cracked under his gauntlet. Zelith's eyes bulged. He tried to bring his free hand up, to drive a dagger into a joint, but Carr shifted, twisting, using the torque to throw the Archon backward. Zelith hit the throne. They had drifted across the dais without realizing it, their struggle moving them toward the very seat from which the Drukhari Lord had once judged prey. The impact smashed Zelith into it, splintering ornamentation, driving hooks and barbs into his armor. His clave fell from numb fingers clattering across the stone. Carr did not let go. He wrenched Zelith's sword arm, twisting until the joint gave way. Ligaments tore. The sound was wet and unpleasant. He repeated the motion on the other side, taking a kick to his wounded flank for his trouble and returning it with a knee to the Drukhari's ribs. By the time he stepped back, Zelith was still, panting, heretic biology knitting, but slowly. His arms lay at broken angles. Hooks had punctured his thighs, pinning him to the throne. Blood dripped from the edges of his mouth. Carr stood over him, breathing hard. "You do not die here," he said. His voice was a rasp, but it carried. "Death would be a kindness. You will live. You will sit this throne as you are now, bound and broken, for as long as I find you useful." Zelith laughed, or tried to. It came out as a wet cough. "You think you own me," he whispered. "You think this is victory." "I know it is," Carr said. "You made this place into a theater. You gave it rules. You thought yourself the only one who truly understood what it could be. I will show you how limited your imagination was." He leaned closer, helm lenses inches from the other's eyes. "Every terror that happens here from now on," he said, "happens because I allow it. Every scream you hear will be a reminder that your work belongs to me." He straightened, gesturing. Chains were brought, heavy links forged for servitor restraint and slave control. They wrapped them around Zelith's limbs, reinforcing the wounds, making their positions permanent. A collar locked around his throat, spikes biting into the skin. Above, the sorcerers finished their work. The webway anchors, already twisted, locked into their new configuration. Khymerax's accumulated agony, the psychic residue of its long years as a hunting ground, and the recent cataclysm condensed along certain lines. The warp did not breach fully, but it thinned, a permanent bruise. At night, or what passed for night on a world where true day no longer existed, the sky over Khymerax would show lights, not stars, not burning wrecks, faint, shifting streaks and points, like lightning caught and frozen, each one whispering a sound that was not quite audible, but always felt. Those with psychosensitivity would hear them more clearly. The ghost of screams, the echo of battles, the memory of fear. Khymerax had become a beacon, a warning, a lure. The arena hive finally gave up its last hold on coherence. Supports deep in its foundations failed. The mass of the structure, already compromised, slid inward. Towers toppled, smashing into one another, sending up plumes of dust that turned the air opaque. Firestorms roared as trapped gases ignited. The central pit widened, swallowing whole districts. From the viewpoint of orbit, a new crater formed, its edges glowing, its depths a churning chaos of heat and debris. On a platform carved into a surviving fragment of spire, Dravik watched it happen. He had made it out by the narrowest of margins, leaping from falling surface to falling surface until he reached something that was still attached to the wider hive. His armor was cracked, his wounds aching. He stood with his hands braced on a railing, gaze fixed on the implosion. It was beautiful. A ruin on a scale that would be told and retold for generations among those who cared for such things. A moment where thousands upon thousands died, not as nameless casualties on some distant front, but as part of a single massive act. And yet, there was unease in him as well. He thought of the homunculus words, of the sorcerer's talk of scars and mirrors. He thought of Car's vision of a realm of fear anchored here, in this broken place. He thought of what it meant for a warband that had once prided itself on never being bound. "Does it please you?" Car's voice came from behind him. Dravik did not turn at once. He watched a final tower fold into the crater, then looked back. Car stood there, flanked by his retinue. Chains trailed from one hand, and at the other end of those chains shuffled Zelith Drakkar, bound and broken, eyes blazing with hatred that no injury could dim. "It is something," Dravik said at last. "The galaxy will remember this." "That is the point," Car replied. He tugged the chains. Zelith stumbled, hooks biting deeper as he was dragged toward whatever cell or display Car had prepared for him. "We have made our mark," Car said. "This world is ours now, in ways that go beyond maps. Any who come here will feel it. Any who hear its name will know it." Dravik looked back at the crater. "And us?" he asked quietly. "What will it make of us?" Car's smile was thin. "Predators," he said. "Or ghosts. Perhaps both. Either way, not forgotten." The wind coming off the collapsing hive carried heat, dust, and the faintest echo of voices. Dravik could not tell if they came from the throats of the dying below, or from the warp echo that was already forming above. He stood there, watching ruin, caught between satisfaction and unease, as Khymerax remade itself into the kind of place where the 8th Legion could truly belong. Khymerax learned to love the dark. Time passed. Days no longer meant much. The false suns never came back in the old way, and the real star's light fought a losing battle against the particulate haze and photonic scramblers the Night Lords had seeded into the atmosphere. The world turned, but most of the surface lived in a bruised twilight, a long, smothered dusk broken only by the flares of bombardments and the periodic glare of hunt flares. The hives that remained were no longer cities in any sane sense. They were terror fortresses. Spire stacks had been cut down, their upper levels reshaped into bastions bristling with gun emplacements and vox masts woven from bone and rusted steel. Streets had become regimented killing fields, lined with relic gallows and display racks. Some districts were walled off entirely and left to stew, their populations culled in carefully measured intervals, a renewable resource of fear and obedience. Others were turned into proving grounds, where auxiliary regiments drilled under the watchful eyes of ceramite-clad giants, learning to kill and be killed in ways that broadcast a message. No one was freed. Freedom was a lie for sermons and soft worlds. Lord Voren's Car ruled from the heart of the old arena hive. The dais where he had broken Archon Zelith Drakkar had not been left as it was. Night Lords did not squat in the remains of someone else's throne. They remade it. The command chamber carved from that space bore little resemblance to its previous incarnation. The open, ostentatious platform had been walled and roofed, the bone arches reinforced with ferrocrete and adamantium. Banks of auspex and vox arrays lined the room, their housings decorated with flayed skins, tanned and inked with lightning and skull motifs. Chains hung from the rafters, some bearing hooks, some bearing trophies, all swaying gently in the ever-present draft. At the chamber's center, Car's command throne rose from the stone like a slab of midnight. It was built from scavenged plasteel and ceramite, its surfaces carved with jagged lightning patterns that caught the dim light in harsh lines. Servo skulls flocked around it, their vox grills murmuring status updates and threat reports in blended whispers. To one side of the throne, within full view of anyone entering, Zelith hung. The Archon's armor had been stripped away long ago, piece by piece, until only fragments remained as mockery. Half a breastplate bolted to his chest, a shattered helm plate riveted above one eye. Chains crisscrossed his limbs and torso, anchored into the stone behind him and the throne base itself. Hooks from the old dais were still there, now repurposed to pierce his muscles and keep him upright. He lived. Medicae rigs, crude by Drukhari standards but ruthlessly efficient, monitored his vitals. Tubes snaked into his veins, delivering carefully measured doses of stims and stabilizers. His heart beat because the 8th Legion needed it to. His nerves remained intact because Carr willed them to. Screens rose from the floor around him, angled so that he could not help but see. They showed Khymerax, hunts in the ash fields, purges in the lower hives. Drukhari beasts turned on new prey under Night Lord's whips. Mortals in lightning marked flak armor herding other mortals through drills that looked uncomfortably like old arenas. Sometimes the feeds flicked to other worlds entirely, raiding grounds and ambushes, where the Khymerax veterans were spreading their lord's gospel. "You taught this place to scream," Carr said once, when the two of them were alone save for Auspec's servitors. "I have merely given it new verses." Zelith's answer was a rasp in a throat perpetually raw. "You think yourself a composer," he managed. "You are a parasite, feeding on the corpse of my work." Carr smiled faintly, not looking at him, eyes on the screens. "Parasites do not leave their own marks," he said. "Look outside, Archon. This is no longer your hunting ground. It is my territory of terror. Every lightning bolt carved on a wall says so. Every child who hears thunder on this world will know which name to fear." Zelith tugged weakly at his chains. They rattled with pleasing futility. On the levels far below that chamber, Merrick walked. He wore armor now, not ceramite, never that, but the best an auxiliary commander could expect. His flak coat was reinforced with scavenged plating along shoulders and chest. Lightning bolts had been daubed on it with more care than when he had first been conscripted. The lines straight, the color a deep cobalt that stood out against the grey fabric. A holstered sidearm hung at his hip, a battered chainsword at the other. Straps across his chest bore grenades and a data slate. He moved through what had once been a Drukhari processing district. Merrick remembered this place from before. Not clearly, but in flashes. Being herded through in chains, the smell of old blood and strange chemicals, the sight of homunculi picking out bodies as if choosing cuts of meat. The hooks were still there. The smell had not improved. The Drukhari iconography was mostly gone. Their sigils had been chipped from the walls, their elegant, cruel murals blasted away or painted over. In their place, human hands had created new art. Murals of lightning slashing across black skies. Giant skulls, empty-eyed, their jawbones sprouting chains. Stylized images of Night Lords descending from the clouds. Wings spread, claws reaching. In some of the paintings, mortals knelt in awe and terror around them, their faces turned up like worshippers. Propaganda, Merrick thought sourly. He had learned the word from a Night Lord's chaplain, who had used it with pride. Where once the message had been simple, fear the Xenos, obey or be flayed. Now it was only marginally different, fear the 8th, obey or be displayed. He passed a group of children being drilled in basic formation by a hollow-eyed sergeant. The instructor's voice was flat as he marched them back and forth under the watchful gaze of a raptor leaning in a shadowed doorway. "Left," the sergeant barked. "Right, present arms. Hold, hold. You do not move until you are told. The giants will see, they always see." The children's eyes darted to the raptor whenever they thought they could get away with it. The giant did not move. His helm lenses glowed faintly, fixed on them. Merrick remembered being prey in cycles. The Drukhari would descend in concentrated hunts, savage and overwhelming, then vanish for a time. There had been lulls, weeks, sometimes months, when no sails crossed the sky, no raiders screamed through the streets. Long enough for hope to ferment, for someone like his old hive king to claw together a semblance of order. There were no lulls now. Fear was managed like a resource. The Night Lords cultivated a constant background level, punctuated by peaks. Minor hunts swept out from the fortress hives every few days, punitive raids against slum pockets that had not met quotas, culling expeditions into feral zones, staged spectacles where auxiliaries competed for the right to survive. Above that, major operations surged outward into the wider sector, bringing back stories and trophies that were broadcast on the Vox. Merrick had seen charts in Car's Strategium, graphs of incidents, reaction levels, compliance rates, fear rendered into lines and numbers. The Drukhari had done the same, with different symbols. He shook the thought away and kept walking. He had a muster to oversee, a hunt to prepare. Whatever he thought of his masters, they kept him alive. And his people, such as they were, would die without someone like him between them and the worst excesses. On one of the upper parade decks, Dravik watched new blood learn how to howl. The training ground had been carved from what used to be a noble viewing promenade. The ornate rails were gone, replaced by hard cover positions and target hatches. Pix slates lined the walls, showing edited footage of past raids. Below, a line of recruits stood at attention. Most were mortals, selected from auxiliaries and raider crews, their eyes a mix of terror and ambition. A few were taller, broader, their musculature a hint of the changes being wrought in them. Aspirants poached from other warbands, or from feral populations too promising to leave as simple fodder. They had not yet earned the right to wear full plate, but they had been given partial armor, breastplates and helm casings, to taste the weight. Dravik paced before them, helm tucked under one arm. "You all know how to kill," he said. "If you did not, you would not be standing here. You know how to fire a weapon, how to stab a man, how to crush a throat. That is not enough." He gestured to the screens. They flicked through scenes. Night Lords descending on a convoy. Vox distorted laughter filling the air. A captured governor crucified in front of his own palace. Children forced to walk past his slowly dying form. A Drukhari beast pen overrun. The monsters turned loose on their former masters, while auxiliary Vox units blared their screams. "We are not just soldiers," Dravik said. "We are messages. Every time you step onto a battlefield, you are writing something into the minds of those who see you, and into the memories of those who survive you. The 8th Legion does not simply win fights. We convince everyone watching that resisting us is worse than dying under us." He nodded to a serf at the controls. The man twisted a dial. The audio feeds rose. Vox distortion turned the Night Lord's battle cries into layered echoes, voices overlapping, some high, some low, some whispering threats, while others roared. The screams of victims were looped, repeated at odd intervals, turned from raw sound into a rhythm. "Learn the tools," Dravik said. "Trophy displays, Vox tricks, timing your strikes so that the first thing your enemy sees is something that will haunt him even if he lives. When you take a head, you do not toss it aside. You hang it where others will see it when they wake in the night." He looked down the line, eyes pausing on each face. "If you do not understand this," he went on, "if you think our war is only about who dies and who lives, you are wasting my time. I can get cattle anywhere. What I want are predators who know that fear is the only victory that matters." In a commentary circle far from Khymerax, others tried to understand what the world had become. An inquisitorial observation log sat in a sealed archive, its parchment edges stained with old oil. The script upon it was cramped, almost frantic, as if the writer had been racing something unseen. Khymerax system, officially classified extinct following Xenos predation event, it read. No resettlement authorized, no patrols required. Below that, in a later hand, another note had been added. Amended. Long-range auger sweeps indicate anomalous warp and Vox activity. Multiple distress echoes, heavily corrupted. Recommendation. Reclassification as navigational hazard. Do not approach without dedicated Ordo presence. A third edition, barely legible, had been scratched beneath. Request for dedicated Ordo presence denied. Resources required elsewhere. all further references to Khymerax to be downgraded. Investigating agents have not returned or report auditory hallucinations consistent with prolonged exposure to weaponized terror signals. Sector Command suggests quarantine by neglect. No one spoke of it in High Council. No crusades were called. The galaxy had too many wounds already, and this one was not bleeding in a direction that threatened anyone important. Among the 8th, the debates continued. Carr and Dravik stood together on an observation gantry above one of the refitted hangar bays. Below, dropcraft and raiders sat in cradle rigs, crews swarming over their hulls. Auxiliaries loaded munitions. Aspirants checked seals. Beyond the open blast doors, the sky was the familiar bruised dark, streaked with the faint restless lightning that never fully left the upper atmosphere now. In that flicker, one could almost see faces. "We can do more," Carr said. "This is one world, a beginning, a foothold. There are other dead worlds, other hunting grounds abandoned by those too weak to hold them. We take them. We build a string of midnight worlds, each one a reminder that the 8th still walks." Dravik rested his forearms on the railing, watching the activity below. "We were never meant to sit on strings of worlds," he said. "Nostromo taught us that. Conrad taught us that. Our father gutted his own home rather than let it become a comfortable cage." "Nostromo rotted," Carr replied. "This place rots in a way we choose. We are not building comfort. We are building fear. An empire of dread is still an empire." "Empires invite retribution," Dravik said. "The more we root ourselves, the easier it is for someone to decide we are worth the effort of burning out. A crusade task force, a rival legion tired of our theatrics, or something older." Carr's gaze did not waver. "We are already marked," he said. "We cannot escape notice. The galaxy will either forget us or destroy us. I prefer to be too large a thorn to ignore." Dravik glanced sideways at him. "Conrad saw his own end and walked toward it," he said. "Some of our brothers think that settles everything, fate as a chain. Others still pretend they can break it. Where do you fall, Lord?" Carr's smile was thin. "I believe fate is like fear," he said. "It exists because others believe in it. We can use that, twist it. If they expect us to die in a blaze of infamy, then we will make that blaze last as long as we can, and set fire to everything they thought safe." Dravik grunted, half assent, half dissatisfaction. "As long as we keep moving," he said. "As long as this place does not become the only story we tell." Carr said nothing. The lightning flickered over the horizon, tracing patterns that looked uncomfortably like jagged script. Not all eyes turned away from Khymerax. In certain dark corners of the webway, reflections wavered. At times, the light that leaked from the planet's wounded warp signature cast silhouettes that did not belong, flickers of barbed shapes and elongated masks in the angles of impossible corridors. Once, a Night Lord's auger station reported a brief spike along the edges of its Auspex arrays. A cackle, thin and distant, threaded through the constant background wash of captured screams. It came on no known vox band. Its source could not be triangulated. Verthrix's name was not spoken aloud. For most on Khymerax, it was a forgotten whisper from a past age. But the homunculi of Khymera had long memories. Some watched the new midnight world with detached interest, noting what the Mon Key had done with the toy they had stolen. Not yet, they thought. There was profit in letting the renegades grind the fear curves deeper, in seeing how mortals adapted to relentless terror. Later, when curiosity and opportunity aligned, someone would open a gate again and see what could be harvested from such carefully tended madness. For now, the City of Knives watched and waited. Merrick returned to the Fear District at dusk. He had finished his muster, sent his platoons to their assigned positions for the next cull, and received his next list of quotas. Names and numbers, districts to be punished, districts to be spared until the next cycle. It all blurred. After a while, he walked alone, helmet under his arm, enjoying the sour air on his face. Children had gone to ground, doors were bolted, The streets were empty save for the occasional patrol or servitor. Only the murals watched him, lightning and skulls and giant looming giants painted in colors that never really faded no matter how much grime built up. He paused before one particularly elaborate piece. It showed a Night Lord descending from a torn sky, wings of a jump pack flared, claws reaching. Below him, Drukhari and humans both lay sprawled, their faces twisted in identical terror. Behind them, the old arena hive burned, collapsing in the way Merrick remembered all too well. Someone had painted a small figure in the foreground, almost lost among the chaos. A single man standing upright, weapon in hand, staring up at the descending giant. Merrick wondered who had added that. Some aspirant trying to flatter his masters. Some auxiliary trying to place himself in the story. Some child, perhaps, imagining what it would be like to stand rather than run. His reflection in the paint was not flattering. Lines around his eyes, scar on his cheek, the lightning sigil on his coat, all merged with the imagery on the wall. Still running, he muttered. He moved on. A hunt had been called. On a blasted plain outside one of the fortified hives, Night Lords and their auxiliaries gathered under a sky streaked with warp light. The ground was cracked and blackened, the result of old bombardments and newer, deliberate scorchings to deny cover. Jagged stumps of hab remains and Manufactoria skeletons jutted here and there, offering only treacherous shelter. The prey tonight were not Xenos. They were human. Renegade cultists, they were called now. Escaped slaves. Failed auxiliaries. Men and women who had fled quotas and vanished into the wastes, thinking to carve out lives beyond the reach of skull helms and lightning. They had been found. They always were, eventually. Dropcraft circled overhead, engines growling. Voxcasters on their hulls blared content, chosen by Dravik's hand-picked propagandists. The screams that rolled down were not new, but they were layered. Drukhari shrieks from old hunts, warped by distortion. Human begging from the early days, mixed with more recent recordings of men who had realized that their rescuers were as bad as their captors. Litanies of the 8th Legion's creed whispered in between the cries, promising not salvation, but inevitability. On the plain, the auxiliaries moved in line, weapons at ready. Some of them had once been prey in these very wastes. They advanced now as hounds. Night Lords stalked behind and above them, some on foot, some on jump packs, their presence a constant pressure. They did not hurry. The hunt was not about catching as quickly as possible. It was about being seen. The cultists ran. They darted between wrecks, scrambled over rubble, fired back when they could, screams, lost under the Vox storm above. Here and there, one fell in a spray of ash and blood as a bolt round found him. Others were wounded, left crawling, to be collected later or simply recorded. Merrick moved with his platoon, eyes scanning for signs of a trap. He knew some of the hunted by face, not by name. Names were currency he no longer traded in easily. He raised his rifle when he had to. He fired when he was expected to. He did not look too long at any individual target. Survival had its own demands. The past and the present blurred. Once, he had run under screaming skies, hunted by Drukhari for sport. Now, he hunted under those same kinds of skies, with the old screams and the new playing together in an endless loop, a chorus that made it hard to remember where one hell ended and another began. From orbit, Khymerax turned in the dark. On its night side, the scars of recent and older wars showed as faint lightning-shaped glows. Warp auroras clung to its upper atmosphere, thin, sheets of color that flickered in patterns that made astropaths flinch and turn away. Vox bands around the world were never truly silent, always haunted by echoes, snatches of old distress calls, weaponized fear hymns, the recorded laughter of Night Lords, the cackling of Drukhari, long since dead. In some future, on some distant bridge, a navigator would glance at a star chart and see a notation beside that nameless mark in the void. Khymerax, do not approach. localized Night Lord's predation zone. That would be all the record said. It would not list the billions who had died there, under Drukhari knives and human bolters. It would not name Merrick, or Dravik, or Kar, or Zelith, or any of the others who had carved their stories into that world's bones. But the 8th Legion's sigil would still be there, carved into stone and soul. The screams that bled into the warp from that midnight planet would still carry their mark. And in the ash wastes below, under a sky that never quite saw day again, men would still look up at the roll of distant thunder and shiver, knowing that the predators who lived in that sound were not done yet.